Good evening, and welcome to this council work session slash executive session. We do have a full council. We'll move on to item number 3. It's a work session. It's a budget work session for fiscal year 2027, preliminary budget and general fund and street department reviews. Troy, go ahead.
Back to full size. Good evening. This is a budget work session. This is one of, I think we're on our 5th extra Monday to talk about specifically just the budget. So it is in the form of a work session. I haven't pointed this out at our other meetings. So we don't need to go through the chair necessarily. You can just speak and you can be spoken to without addressing the mayor first. So again, it's just open. Everyone's able to talk, ask questions. Really, it's getting that guidance so that we can get to that final budget vote. And we'll talk more about the calendar at the very end of this meeting. But tonight is dedicated to just your general funds and then your street fund. So your street is its own fund. It's kind of like a general fund, but it does operate with its own bank balance and its own expenditures and revenues. So it does have its own unique fund, and it is the very last thing that we'll be talking about tonight as part of this discussion. But with that being said, let's get into the governmental and street funds budget summaries. Come on, thing. All right, as we know,
You had known personnel expenses. You have merit increases and COLA adjustments at 2.9. Isn't that 2.9 just COLA?
that is COLA. And so merit increases without, and then comma, and then COLA increases. So yeah, it was meant to be, merit increases could be anywhere from 1 to 2. As you saw from the range, they're closer to 1.5 on average. COLA adjustments are 2.9, like you said, but market is a different percentage. So yeah, sorry for putting that all together on one line. They are individually and have different percentages.
So COLA can be all the way up, merits can be all the way up to 2.
And I've got a few calls about this tonight, so I want to be very clear. These expenses are in the budget. What is not in the budget is the new position. So as we go through the slides, I put in the comments in the slides or in the bullet points in the slides, new positions. Those are not currently factored into the budget. But the number that we present will be the full cost of the employee, which is the salary plus the EREs or the employee-related expenses. But I also put the base budget because I know that was a comment from the last session we had in enterprise funds. What is the actual pay of this person? So I've added that to the slides for tonight so we don't get that confusion. But yeah, a lot of questions about personnel, but these are the base premises. It's the same premises we had for the enterprise funds. It's just now we're talking governmental funds tonight. So again, separate columns for prior year actuals. So that's 2024 actuals, 2020 or 2025 actuals, 2026 what's budgeted, and then 2027 what we're proposing, what management is proposing. We have made a few management changes on this one as we've gone through it. We've felt the liberty to make some changes immediately before presenting it to. So unlike the enterprise fund where I didn't really use the management column, tonight you're going to see a few of those things. And then final cost, one of the things that we were missing from last time, I said that I was trying to get to the fleet allocation. Very complicated. We have lots of vehicles, lots of different types of vehicles. We have a fleet budget, and then we have a capital replacement budget. So I finally have come to an allocation methodology that I've documented, and that will be both for the enterprise funds and for the governmental funds. So you'll see the effects of the governmental funds tonight. So this is closer and closer to a final budget. So now in my spare time, I try to figure out how to balance this budget. So as we talk about this tonight, I can talk with you more about what that number is looking like as of this afternoon, as of 30 minutes ago. We are still preparing slides for that final. We're going to have a session just talking about how we're going to balance the budget. So, all right, with that in mind, let's move on to the very first one. Oh, very first one is our overall general fund. So just letting you know what the changes are. As you can see, personnel costs have gone up 12%. That would include because of the merit, COLA, and market adjustments. So the market being the largest portion of that, the merit and COLA would be much, much smaller.
Mr. Bingham, you're gonna be jumping around. That's different than what I got in my agenda package.
Oh.
Can you say what page you're on or whatever?
Oh, sorry, I tried not to use the agenda packet because some of the page numbers were blocking the numbers. I hope it's the exact same number. So I don't know what page. Page 7, thank you. Keep it.
Page 7, okay, I'm there. Thank you.
Yeah, so I just tried to use the original PowerPoint slides so that we lost the page number down there. So back to personnel, like I said, 12% year-over-year increase in the budget for personnel. Again, that's pretty similar to what we were seeing in enterprise funds. O&M is kind of a false flag. It's showing 3% here. One of the big adjustments you'll notice now that I've gotten fleet figured out is one of our constant audit questions is we always showed motor pool fees as if they were like legitimate third-party fees. We were paying a third party. Our motor pool is ran through our internal service fund. So we needed to treat them just like a transfer in and a transfer out, just like we do with all of our other internal service funds. So one of the things you're gonna see is I've moved about $1.2 million worth of O&M expense. I've reduced the motor pool line, but you're gonna see it appear again as an internal service fund line. But you'll notice that the internal service fund line is much bigger. Like I was saying, the cost for replacement of vehicles is continuing to shock the system, and so the fees needed to go up basically across the board. So whatever you see in a motor pool reduction, you're going to see in a definite increase in the internal service fund transfer out. So that it's kind of if you actually factored that in, that 3% would be closer to 16% increases in O&M this year. It adds about $1.2 million, like I said. So that's one of the biggest increases. Those are the things that we can talk about tonight, specifically about, do we really need them? Do they not need them? Is it something we can go without? But each department's going to present basically that O&M portion of their budget. Internal service funds, like I talked about in the enterprise funds, internal service funds have all increased, and the allocations, again, fleet being the biggest one. But in IT had increases of 3%, I think, and then the various other funds, I think the only ones that really affect the general fund is, I believe, just the engineering department. So for the most part, this is fleet. You're seeing the increase there, that 323% is a fleet increase. But again, if you factor out how much you reduce the $1.2 million from the $2.5 million increase it's showing here, really you've only gone up $1.3 million. So sorry for the messy math there, but yeah, that's just a play with numbers. Like I said, you're moving money out of O&M down into internal service funds. So those numbers look high, but really if you take it and factor it out, it's much more reasonable. Debt hasn't really changed. We haven't entered into too much new debt in the general fund. Actually, we haven't entered into any new debt since, I believe, PSPRS bonds were the last time we did that. And then capital we've talked about during the CIP process. So we're not going to be talking about that tonight, but just letting you know that capital overall we've increased just in the current year 16% higher than what we had in the previous year. But CIP is going to do that. Some projects are finishing, some are starting. So there's always going to be drastic increases and drastic drops in the CIP. So with that being said, we'll start with our city council. As you can see, the lowest, not the lowest percentage, some of them have negatives, but a modest 3% increase in city council. Oh, before I get there, I always forget the slide. So, and when people talk about budgets, we talk about what does it really mean to budget? So you can really tell what a city values by what it budgets, right? Where does it spend its money? Where does its citizens believe their value is? This is what our budget looks like. This is what our budgets look like for pretty much the last 5 years. I think the golf course has been persona non grata for a little while, but we've clarified the accounting on the golf course, and as you can see, the golf course is your second biggest expense. So we are a golf policing community that we joke about in our staff meetings, with fire being our third biggest, and then library in our top 5, and airport in our top 5. And then my finance department shows up as number 6. So I'm a little disappointed. But yeah, if you talk about this with the community, this is something you should show them. This is what we value. We value public safety, right? So that's where we spend most of our money. The police department it's approaching $8 million budget, as you can see. But then our next biggest one is golf course, and our next biggest one is fire. So again, public safety plays a big factor in our budget. That's what we say our city values the most, I guess you can say. Any questions or concerns about that?
So the attorney fees, that's just the city attorney.
That's the city attorney. He is a very cost-effective, low-cost attorney. So we don't spend a lot of money on attorney services, but he's also not here. He's only here for these council meetings, and then when we need contracts reviewed. So we sparingly use our city attorney. We don't have a full-time city attorney. If we did, he probably would be right in the middle with everybody else.
And I think I saw the individual department's city attorney budgets too.
Meaning, sorry, I'm not following that.
Each department seems to kind of have their own lawyer also.
You're gonna find that in the enterprise funds especially, because our city attorney, he's really good at general law and city law. But when you get into like utility law, like electric law, we have electric attorney, we have a water attorney, we don't have a gas attorney. We do have a police attorney. So yeah, police law is a little bit different. We will soon have a fire attorney, wherever our fire department is. So yeah, there's certain specialties that our city attorney, and you couldn't expect him to know all of these laws. So we do hire outside attorney firms to represent us and make sure that we're well placed in the legal market, that we're not saying things that aren't correct. So we do have some litigious things, and we do use that sparingly, but that's all with the blessing of our city attorney. Again, we filter all this stuff through our city attorney, so he's aware of everything that's going on. Any other questions? Why is public works so low? That's just the public works administrator. So don't let him tell you that. All right, so city council, as you can see, you guys are not affected by market merit or COLA, so you guys, your salaries are set. I don't know if we did present during the market study that you guys are right in the mid-range of city council members. Again, if you voted on an increase, you couldn't give it to yourself, so it wouldn't take effect this year unless it was for the due sitting city council members that are getting elected this year. But yeah, so we didn't really add anything to the budget there. I didn't really get any vibe from you guys that we should be adding something to the budget, changing anything there. I felt like we were right in the middle, no market adjustment. We're good, right? Just want to make sure before I assume something that we're not. Okay. So with that being said, I did do some fixing to the city council budget. One of the things that we missed, as you can see in 2026, we didn't bother to budget for the playground. So we own the building where the Boys and Girls Club operate, but we don't own the playground next door. We rent that from, I guess, the Owens family.
Builder.
So we do pay that, and it isn't a contract, so it isn't like a donation. We can't decide not to do it. Contractually, we're locked into paying that until that contract is done. So I officially budgeted the $12,000 because it does increase every year. So I got that back in the budget, so that's a $12,000 increase. Let's see, training, just seeing what you guys have spent in the past, we kind of went off of that and gave a $2,500 increase. Advertising, we did reduce because all that's done through the clerk's office now, so we don't need individual departments to have advertising budgets. So we did put back $1,500 in there just in case, but the most part, we tried to zero out most advertising budgets unless for the city clerk. The biggest thing is operating supplies. You had $20,000 budgeted, but you never really use it. You've only used $379, and that's through December, that dollar amount. You have used $17,000 in the past, so we thought it was a good chance to reduce that budget by $15,000, but if you find that there is something, hard commodities, office supplies, candy, I don't know what else you would buy there. I mean, it's a lot of different things every year, so it's hard to budget for, but we did do a $15,000 decrease there. The other thing is during our one-on-one conversations, one of our council members addressed our community donation program. I know I watch you guys every year in July and August strain through that process. And so with that in mind, I think she proposed a novel idea that every council member get $15,000. So 15 times 7 is 105. So we did increase the overall donations. What I did with we had a separate line for Pride of Safford. And just like I had Gift from the Heart in the enterprise funds, anything donation, we tried to reduce out of everyone's budget and just put it in this 105. So somebody's $15,000 budget could go to paying for Pride of Safford for whatever dollar amount they feel. So I don't know what you feel about that. This is a great chance to discuss it in a work session, but that is the proposal for this year. Rather than going through that painful process where people are applying, we're vetting them, they're getting up and giving their speeches, it would just be $15,000. The communication would be between you and whatever nonprofit reaches out to you. We probably will have some sort of council item when you want to award that money so that everybody knows, so you're not awarding on top of one person's awarding to the same entity as somebody else. But it would kind of be a process where they individually approach you as council members and let you decide how you want to spend your $15,000.
I actually brought this idea up. So I like the idea of each of us having like a lot of 15,000 that we can give out. But I was kind of still thinking we could still do the application process. I know
I
it's a little
prefer not
painful for
to.
the employees, but if they still did the application process and then each one of us would say, we maybe start with mayor and he can say where he wants, which entities he wants his 15,000 to go. And then the next council member where they want their 15,000 to go. Because I think as far as, I still want those nonprofits to have somewhere to go to be able to say, there to be a process for them and
So
kind
you
of a
like that formal
deadline
process
and
and the deadline?
them to provide like what exactly they're wanting to do with the monies. And, I think they put some thought into that. And um, I don't know that we necessarily need them to present. I don't know what others feel of that, but maybe the packet had a lot of information and I was able to read through that and understand for the most part what they were asking for. So
I do appreciate what you're saying. It's a very structured and transparent process that way. I think what we're turning to, it might be a little less transparent. I am worried about staffing for it because that program was really ran by the former city manager and my deputy, which are no longer here. So I worry about the ability to keep up with that program. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of back end work. I think the city clerk, it fell a lot onto her plate, and it was just a lot putting together those binders. So we're looking, if you guys didn't like the process, we didn't like the process that well. So that's just my vote that it's a lot. So I understand where you're coming from. It is a very open, transparent, and it puts a timeline on these donations. But at the same time, I felt you guys like struggle through it and what you want to do, who you want to favor. It is one of those, to be honest with you, it's not required. It's one of those things that you don't have to do a donation program. You could just cancel the whole entire thing. There's always that vote. So I just want to throw that out there. I didn't put that in the budget. But you don't have to do the donation program. Most big cities don't do this. Small cities do this. We're not abnormal. There's other small cities. I think Thatcher has money. I think the county does money to donations. So I think we do a lot more than the other people in the community, but you don't have to do this program either. So with that all said, that minutia of ideas, Councilmember Flores has presented her ideas. Does anyone have any sort of where you want to go with it?
I thought it was interesting to see what they wanted to use it for. We don't have to present it in a meeting and stuff, but it's just information for us to see. And if she has somebody she wants to nominate, I can see what she's talking about.
And that's where I was saying for my process that I was proposing that stuff would still come, but they would go through that vetting process with you as an individual council member. You would say they're a worthy donation, they're a worthy nonprofit that deserves this money, and then you would present some sort of dollar amount that we would do as a council item so that every council member knows, hey, Alma already gave her $5,000 to the First Methodist Church or something like that.
That way she could share with me.
It would be shared as a council item that you guys could see, and then you guys could decide. And you don't have to do it all in July and August. What's funny is we go through that process. It's like pulling teeth to get them to actually send me an invoice.
Yeah.
Some of them didn't even get paid till March, to be honest with you. So
it was messy, but it was a lot of information. And then you mentioned Pride of Safford. It got taken down to 500 last year. We tried to get it put back up. We were told it was probably going to be put back to 1,000. I think it says 1,000 in here somewhere, but
yeah, Councilmember Brantner called me and I did increase that to 1,000. But then as we were talking about all of these donations throughout all of our departments and trying to consolidate that all to this one pot of money, that's where we came up with the idea. Why don't we just drop that line? And that could be one of you as a council members could choose, hey, I want to give my money to Pride of Safford for $1,000. So, sorry, I was just trying to figure out ways.
that cleans it up too.
In other words, different organizations, they would send us what they want the money for.
Yeah, and you guys, as individual council members, would say, hey, I believe we should do this. We would present that as a packet. We could do an item that says, hey, Councilmember Hemphill has said his $5,000 should go here. That's not his whole 15,000, but he could do a little bit in July, a little bit in August. It doesn't need to all be done at the beginning of the year. What that gets back to, I think that became so cumbersome for the organization also is just people hitting you up throughout the year.
Mhm.
And so when you put a deadline on it, it's kind of, you start to train the nonprofits that, hey, there is a deadline. So that would kind of be unstructured if we did it that way. I mean, I'm just throwing out ideas. It's one of the things that you guys have talked about. I think you put it in the city manager's goals to fix and make it right. So I'm just trying to throw out spitballing ideas during a work session. So any ideas? Anyone have any other feelings besides Councilmember Flores about this?
We didn't increase the amount, or we did?
It's
I
105,
had
so it did go up
requested
$5,000
$5,000. I don't-
because
I
that
don't
gives
know.
$15,000 to each individual council member and mayor.
I don't know.
I'm not comfortable with them coming directly to each one of us. I think that leads to too much opening the door of favoritism and someone getting a pet project, and then we start getting messy and start hearing the complaining. I don't want that. I prefer all of us vote on it. I think it's cleaner that way.
You would, you
I
would
would
still
prefer
vote. I'm
all
not
of
taking
us.
away that. I think you would still vote on it. It would just be, they would approach you individually on a one-off basis.
Yeah, I don't want that.
I can see where you're coming from. I understand what you're saying. And I don't think there is a perfect plan to this, so.
Yeah, I think that's why the application process was a little bit better, because then they could come to the city and apply, and then we were given the information, and then we kind of made that final decision.
Yeah.
But
I like that.
I feel like when Matthew was up there and he was showing the spreadsheet, it wasn't a bad idea. I kind of like that he was showing the spreadsheet, but I just think if each one of us is given 15,000 and one at a time, we just say where to put the money,
Oh, so-
and then we're done. And because we went back and forth, decreased people, increased
It's kind of a
people,
mixture
and
between
it
my idea
was-
and her idea.
So yeah, so I mean, I still think that worked out well, but I'm just saying, if each one of us just one at a time said where we want our 15,000 to go to, got the list up there. If someone's already met or received
That
from
does
another
take away
council
some of the
member the
pain
max,
that I think you guys were experiencing. Does everyone understand what she's saying? You could decide, I don't want to spend any of my $15,000 and
Yeah, that's a
do
good
nothing,
point.
right? And then we would budget for it and not end up spending it. You don't have to spend it. That's the other thing is, I think we always felt like we needed to find $100,000 worth of spending. Like, you don't have to do that. You could just decide,
That's
I don't
right.
wanna do
It's
that.
Yeah.
like I had to spend everything, yeah.
Mhm.
so
Well,
everyone support that idea? This is only the beginning of many department budgets tonight, so probably the most controversial. I just want to get your guys' clear understanding. Is that where we're going with this? We're still gonna do city will vet them all. We're gonna put a timeline of the first 60 days of the fiscal year. They gotta be a valid nonprofit, have all the credentials necessary to be that. We can vet that, put together a binder for you, let you read what they're proposing.
And then, yeah,
Okay, but the process would be a little bit different for divvying it up. It basically would be, okay, everyone has $15,000, you decide how it goes. So we would expect you to come to the meeting and say, my $15,000 will go this way. Is that good?
good by me.
Okay,
Did you get off of the spreading it out?
get off of, sorry, spreading it out.
Well, some now and some later.
Oh, yeah, so that would put a timeline back on it, so that'd be the 60 days. And if you approach us after August 31st and ask for money, the answer would be, there's always next year.
Troy, is there a way though that you could still take a little pressure off staff? Maybe and I don't know how, like maybe when the applications come in, if they were forwarded to us via email and it didn't require a full packet of everything. I don't know. Maybe you
can
could think
talk about
on
that
that in
in
the
staff
meantime,
meeting.
yeah.
Yeah,
Maybe there's still a way to make it a little easier on you.
B knows that I'm just pointing everything to her, so.
So with the donation program, we will have to bring it back for a final vote because we did adopt that by resolution in 2023. So any changes to that, we'll bring that back so we can bring back whatever ideas you'd like to see changed on the guidelines for the donation program.
And we could talk about streamlining it. I mean, I think we've trained our nonprofits in the area, but again, if there's a new one, it's always how to help them understand to get their IRS certification to be a nonprofit. Have you actually filed a 990 form? I mean, some of these, it's a lot of work to help them through the process, but we've kind of trained the ones already in the community. As long as they're not new, but again, we can quickly help new ones. There's only a few. So, yeah, we will take back a new process, I guess, with the understanding the way that Councilmember Flores is pointing out.
Yep, we'll take the ideas given out tonight and bring that back for a final vote so we can change the guidelines on that.
And is anyone offended by the Pride of Safford? I mean, I didn't want to just glaze over that. Like, that would be one of the donations that, not necessarily, because that is basically us. We would put in our own $1,000 request for Pride of Safford, just like I would put in my $12,000 request for a gift from the heart from the same funds. So
Pride of Safford is not a nonprofit.
you're right. There is no tax advantage to donating to a government. So yes, it is not a valid nonprofit, but it is a donation. That's the weird thing about this process is you can still donate to a government, you just don't get the tax write-off for it. So, but we don't get any tax incentive by donating. So there is no tax incentive by a government donating to a nonprofit.
We're not gonna violate our own
But we,
policy by doing that.
we'll cover that rules, but yeah, I would expect my Gift from the Heart and Pride of Safford to be two automatic requests inside that $105,000, so.
The Pride of Safford is our program.
It
It's
is.
City of Safford program. There's not an outside entity that helps with that or does any work on that, right?
You're right. I think there's a committee
It's
that's made
all
up of
volunteer.
a volunteer committee, but
Oh,
it
so there
is,
are outside volunteers from City of Safford employees and,
and they kind of help us vet.
Community members.
community
It's
members.
Mick, it's me, it's, several members of the community, but.
but we're the
so-
only ones who fund it though.
Yes. And it's only for City of Safford residents, but if we do away with the funding, we need to do away with the committee.
Well,
Because
I'm saying it's
they
still a
meet
valid
monthly.
organization. It just needs to seek funding through this $105,000. That's all I'm proposing there, is the budget comes from a different place. It doesn't have its own individual line called out. It's just part of the donation process. So if during the donation process, we decide that Pride of Safford only gets $500 because that's the only thing that a council member would give it, then it gets $500.
I just want to make sure that if we're putting it into the donation program, that it doesn't get lost if the donation program goes away. Because I would think that would be something we would want to keep going. So I just want to make sure that it doesn't like get lost in the,
Valid.
so that would be my only concern about breaking it. I mean, or including it in there instead of keeping it broken out.
This is the council's budget. You guys can tell me if you want me to put it back as a contractual line in the budget, just put it back to 1,000 and don't treat it as part of the 105, we can do that too. I was just trying to treat, in my mind, equally, whenever things are looked as a donation, equally across the board. I just want to go to one place, which is this one pot of money, and this is what the City of Safford donates. So, and even then, it's not even a valid number because we give buildings, we pay for utilities, all of that is not ran through this number. So when we say we give $105,000 in cash, we would probably double that with utilities and free rent and lower and reduced rent. So, I mean, we're very charitable as a city that we give out probably close to $250,000, so.
You're on the committee, you like it like it was?
I'd like to keep it how it was.
Okay.
It's good for our community and it's changing. So it's not just gonna be a person, it's gonna be a senior citizen, it's gonna be a business, it's gonna be, so I don't wanna see that go away, because if it goes away, if it goes to the donation, then we've got the whole entire committee that meets monthly that would just have to wait until August, so that would kind of do away with that program.
Not a big deal. On a $25.8 million general fund budget, $1,000 is not that big of a deal. So I'll put it back the way it was. 105 will be completely separate. I'm not changing Gift from the Heart, though. I always thought that was weird that we make utilities pay for its own gift. I'd rather the general fund pay for the gift if it's going to be given. Let's take it out of sales tax dollars, not out of utility rates. So I'll still apply, and I'll put through a grand case on why you should give us. All right.
Okay.
Moving on. And then internal service funds, as you can see, IT general increase of about 15% for you guys. I think it's a better inventory they're keeping for you. 1 laptop and 7 tablets sounds about right for you guys. All right, enough of me talking and moving on to the city manager.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I love bringing a solution to you. So we were just talking about who would do all of those packets for council-directed funding, and I'm asking for a new executive assistant in the manager's office this year. So I actually asked for this last year, but I don't think it made it to this point in the budget process. It was pulled out before then. But the reason for this ask, just so you're all aware, and I've talked to most of you about this in previous meetings, is my intent up at the manager's office, and granted, I'll caveat this with saying my opinion could change depending on what happens with the process for city manager, of course. But I try to keep the load that comes out of the city manager's office off of the clerk's desk. The clerk's office has several different tasks they're focused on. And since I've joined the city in July of '24, that's been my goal to try and do that. Now, obviously, they've stepped up, and I appreciate that since December, taking on added tasks to help support me in this interim role. And again, that's greatly appreciated. But the executive assistant position in the manager's role would not only support the administrative side, but as you all know, there's so much that we do in the way of public outreach that we've tried to increase on and improve on in the last year and a half. The legislative task is just immense. That's a full-time position in and of itself, trying to track everything that's happening up there at Phoenix. So this person could also help with those tasks as well. And then interestingly enough, last week at the fire district meeting with the fire chief, he had mentioned that, of course, as you all know, he's kind of a part-time employee, but he has a huge administrative load as well. So I could also see that position, if we can figure that out, helping support the chief in his role as well at the fire station. So in the manager's budget, you'll see a couple of changes. Now, the 15,000 Troy was talking about coming out of the council budget, I did ask to put some money in the city manager's budget specific to public information. There's a lot that we do in the community, advertising, et cetera, and there has been no budget since I came on board and assumed the role of the PIO as well. So we did add that for this year. And then there was also the Graham Economic Partnership, and that group has been around probably almost 3 years now. It was before I joined the city. I was working with them when I was at the college, and there is an ask from that organization for the city as well. And Troy, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think we've ever placed that in the budget.
Yeah, so
Um,
it's not an ask, it's a contractual, we signed an agreement that we would be part of the Graham Economic, so this is a contractual agreement that we need to budget.
So there is a $15,000 contractual agreement we have with them that was brought to my attention just a few weeks ago. So we are requesting to add that to the manager's budget as well. I'll pause there and see if there's any questions for me at this point.
We have a contract with what?
The Graham Economic Partnership. This is the mine and all of the governmental entities in the area. And I don't know what they do specifically with the money. I don't know, but there is a schedule that we needed to keep as part of that contract to pay into this. So this is the beginning. I think it goes up every year and requires some sort of donation. Like you said, it's been around for 3 years. The first 2 years were nothing, but now that, actually, I think it was due in this year, and we're just trying to get it in the budget so that we can make that payment early in July.
And
So-
you're not moving that from Jamie to him?
It was never budgeted, to my understanding. So this is, again, we were 3 years into a contract. We forgot that there was actual dollars required for that contract. So we're just trying to correct that mistake.
Can we get a copy of that contract since no one knows what it is or what it does?
Yeah, I can get that.
We can get it. I'll tell you the biggest thing, I mean, I've obviously only been involved with them on behalf of the city for the last 3-4 months, but they are, or we are, working on, in partnership with the chamber, marketing the Gila Valley. So you'll see a big push on that right now and marketing what we do. Gila County was very successful in doing something similar. If you notice some drones flying during Spring Fest, that was that marketing firm that's working with us to market everything that we have to do in Graham County. So that will be amazing, and then I'm sure after that, we'll shift gears and find something new to focus on. But I will look into that contract as well.
And the contract will tell us what the others are putting into it?
Yes, it will.
And I get what you're pointing at.
Yeah.
The county, I think it pays twice as much as us because it's based on population. I'm not quite sure what the mine contributes in there, but yeah.
Okay.
It's one of those things that we don't have too many heartburn with. It makes economic sense.
Any other questions I can answer on the manager's budget?
I have a question for Troy. As we're going through each of these individual departments and it has a new position listed, do you need something from us, yes or no, or?
There, at the
does
very end, we'll
just-
have that same thing we'd had like an enterprise funds, and that's where I really need your guidance. Am I trying to balance the budget with that stuff in there, or am I trying to balance that with some of the stuff out? Is it all or none, or how are we gonna go about that? So,
Okay.
Didn't we already tell you no on some things?
I haven't heard a no yet. I heard that we're waiting for the budget to come through and me to show you that balanced budget, and then at that point, we can start saying what we prioritize and what we don't prioritize. So, as of right now, I budgeted everything in the enterprise fund that we presented. Tonight could be a little bit different. We can come back and talk about that again. Again, when we talk about balancing the budget, we can go revisit any of these meetings and what we presented and go back and show you what we've put in the budget and what needs to come out.
And your position is still the same predicted salary, Mr. Bejarano? That stays the same?
Meaning,
What he estimated to pay that position?
his position as the city manager or as the
No,
interim city manager?
No, the position he's
Oh,
asking
yes.
for.
Oh.
So, yes, with the market and everything taken, well, the position doesn't exist, so yeah, there's no market effect on it. Yeah. So yeah, it is based on the new market too, I guess, is what we point out. All right, and then internal service funds, again, the city manager's office has had a vehicle for a year and a half. So we are finally actually allocating a portion of the fleet budget. Again, that's not the cost to maintain a Tahoe. The cost of actually maintaining, I think, is closer to $4,000 of that. The rest of that is for the replacement of that Tahoe in 7 years. So,
On the budget,
Yeah.
you've got it allocated for 6,000, which is what we gave to the previous manager because he used his own car. So does that need to be removed from your budget?
So the vehicle that we're talking about, the Tahoe, is used by the assistant city manager. So if that changes, budget is one thing, and actually what happens, you don't have to give that to the new city manager. You could decide not to, but budgetarily, if you don't budget for it, you can't give it at all because you won't have it. So we just tried to keep the same package that the previous city manager had with his salary, the way that it was. So your options are open. You can always go less, again. But yeah, during the budget process, if you want to help me balance the budget, you could let me know what you intend to do sooner, but we'll let the process, I think we'll go through in the next 2 months and we'll find that number for sure. But I wanted to keep the budget availability as loose as possible so you can make whatever decision you feel is necessary. All right? And then moving on, city attorney. So it's really for Bill to say, I feel out of place to say it here, but he has announced that by end of calendar year, Bill will, if he's officially moved to California, he'll be operating for California for the rest of, I believe, this year. He will still get on the phone. He'll still review our contracts from California, but he intends to retire and go on with his life, which he definitely deserves after many, many years of this type of service. His firm is they're not taking on additional clients, so we'd be looking for a completely new firm. There's not a lot of firms that do this. And they do charge more than the Sims Mackin firm. So we wanted to make sure in that budget to include $60,000 of an increase. That would be for half of a year to afford whatever new city attorney. Again, you guys would go through that process of vetting that, but just know by calendar year end, there will be the need for vetting a new city attorney contract, or it could be a new city attorney person. I don't know if we could afford that, but I mean, you could talk about that, but I don't know if we have enough work for it either. So we're just trying to give you some sort of budget flexibility as we go through that. So any questions or concerns there? Your prosecutor does ask, as part of his contract, has annual increases. So he has an $8,000 increase in his budget. So altogether, as you can see, this is your lowest department of all. So moving on. City clerk. Oh, you don't want it? Okay, so city clerk. She has no proposed changes in personnel outside of the market, Mayor and Cola, as you can see. I did sit down with her finally after she's begged me for months and months to sit down. So I finally learned all the things that I was missing in the city clerk's budget. So this is an election year, so we have election year related expenses. It's based on the number of people that vote, so it's really hard to estimate. But we do think we have a good estimate in professional services now for that. Motor pool fees, again, she does move mail around the city and they do have a vehicle. She's always got the hand-me-down for years and years and years. This will officially put her into the slot. She won't be getting a new vehicle in 2027 necessarily, but maybe in the next 2 years, we'll finally get a vehicle that is not a hand-me-down from somebody else. But yeah, this is her motor pool fees have been moved down into internal service funds. You'll see the difference there. Additional postage. A postage is almost 79 cents for a regular letter now. And we have to send out, I mean, it's not the mail related to utility billing. That gets paid for by our customer service department. But every other thing, every past due notice or follow up on a past due notice, all of my internal billings that I send out for firefighter billings, for all of our leases, all of that mail goes through the clerk's office. Anyone mailing anything, even the postage required for the lead pipe, all that has to be paid for by the city clerk. So as you can see, postage has definitely gone up a lot. And so we did put in a modest increase of $3,000 to try to compensate for that. We probably need to look more at a paperless process. So as we talk about our new customer service online pay process, we might want to encourage paperless as one of our things because it's just becoming very, very costly to print, not to mention mail things. So
Why aren't we making each department pay for their own mailing? Even if it's going through the clerk's office, it's still theirs. It should go through their budget.
it's a lot of tracking, to be honest with you. We at one time had all those codes set up and it was hard to keep track of because we buy postage in bulk, and then someone slides through with the wrong information, and then all the information. So the vetting of it, the policing of it is harder than the actual follow through on it. And so I still think the city clerk, it makes a lot of sense to be in this budget, but yeah, we could define who's really spending the money, and you'll probably find that customer service is her biggest client outside of utilities. And then I'm like her third biggest client of just sending certified letters to people in response to legal actions and financial woes. So never met a certified letter I didn't like. So, but those are expensive too. I'm paying almost $10 now to send a certified letter for someone that doesn't pay their lease. So yeah, it's costly. Moving on, let's see if I covered everything. Continue training for the clerk. She does have an assistant clerk. So we want to make sure that there's succession planning. And so we want to make sure that she can do everything that B does, which I don't think is ever possible, but we want to make sure that there was definitely training budget, Cassell training. As we move to a new payment process, that will affect the business licensing that B does for us, and also the collection of all my bills. If you're gonna pay in person, you usually pay B for me. So you don't come upstairs to accounting, you just stop at B's office, so. All right, any questions about that?
And the request for a position was changed?
Yeah, so as we've gone through this process, she's debated it. I think she talked it over with her person. This isn't the year. I agreed with her. This probably isn't the year. She's seen my struggles to try to balance this budget. So I think maybe another year, but it definitely at some point, I even might find myself having a deputy. It's always great. Is just when I'm not here, they're in charge. They make all decisions. But it's a good succession planning. So it allows people to grow, get into those positions. So maybe in the next few budgets, we'll talk about that future. So she just wanted to get it out there and get your minds on it, and then maybe in 2028 she'll bring it back. All right, and then increases in internal service funds. Again, you see the real cost of a Tahoe is about 12, and hers would just be an Equinox. They're kind of equally charged. We're not looking for anything too special there. All right, human resources.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I was looking for the bullet point notes. I only have 2 significant changes that are worth mentioning. I did increase the education assistance benefit, and that's just simply because we're going to include volunteer firefighters in that benefit now. And then the other increase I have is to my operating supplies, and that's to include the Raggett Wellness Dollars program, but Raggett does reimburse us for that program. We just needed a place to budget for it for the spending. That's all that was changed in my budget. Do you have any questions?
I'm still going to look over, because your example for, I believe, the market,
Mhm.
I want to take another look at that one and compare it to other communities still.
Are you talking about a specific position for the market review, or
You-
just the
human
process
re-
in general?
Human resources altogether. You have 3 that are coming, all 3 in your department are eligible for the market.
Right.
And so I just wanted to look into that.
Sure.
Tell
Yeah. And if you have any questions on that, just let me know.
Okay.
Thank you.
They could all be that fast, Danielle. All right, and then she has a decrease in internal service funds. So as we've looked at these allocation methodologies, we did figure out that IT was overcharging her for too many computers. So that's a fluke. That's probably going to be the only one you're going to see tonight decrease.
Yeah.
All right, additional, and then finance. This is me. So we have talked about the needs for additional reporting in my department and following up on current processes to make sure that we can get ready for the audit. We do prepare our audit. We try to prepare in November, but due to staffing and due to the multiple things coming at us at once, we end up getting done about March every year. For the last 3 years I've been here, we finished in February, March. We'd like to get back to where we can finish by the required deadline of December, but that would require more additional review of assets. We have talked about the capital asset process. This is one of our findings in our audit that we continue. This is where we do have an external consultant that helps us, but it's a very slow process with an external. There's no boots on the ground, somebody that actually is dictating. We've gone through a few inventories, we've gone through counts with them, but there's still more follow-up. And like I said, with an additional person and the consultant over the next few years, them working together, again, this is a very specialized position. Most small cities of 10,000, even though we're a utility that serves more than 10,000, but most places this size would not have a capital asset accountant. The capital asset is usually very easy in a city of 10,000, but because of our complicated nature of utilities, this becomes a very complicated job. It's really the infrastructure and accounting for all of those pipes in the ground and wires overhead. So that is a major part, but then we also have lots of pieces of equipment that just move and change. And so there's a lot of work for this job to do. It could also follow up with help assistance with our grants person. We have a grant specialist, but having somebody help with the CFA, which is the Schedule of Expenditures and Financial Reporting, would be great. A general accountant, just because of cross-training. I mean, I have one person that does all the payroll for the city. I have one person that pays all the vendors for the city. And the cross-training, I don't have anyone cross-trained to do their job. So they've been in government themselves for many, many years, 25 plus years. So they could retire at any time. So having people that could fill in and cover for them is becoming an ongoing issue. I mean, these are the people that pay the bills. So if I don't have those, I don't have anything, right? So having a general accountant would help us with the reconciliations that we're still lacking. Again, following up on reports that has been requested by Councilmember Brantner, it would require more due diligence from an accountant, not these specialists preparing these reports. Somebody needs to review them, make sure they're accurate. So I do see the need, if we want to talk about reporting, this would be our chance to talk about it, if I'm not getting to it. But two capital asset positions, but this is a lot for a small community. Most places would not have this much of an accounting core, but I do believe that this would definitely help us get to what we need to be getting to. But again, I'll take whatever advice you guys have. And then I do, as we went through the market study, I do have one employee that's still Red Circle. There's, I think, a few others. So I just wanted to make sure the formula that we do for budgeting for payroll, it kind of falls short when it comes to Red Circle. It doesn't know what to do. And you can notice that as bonuses, we always budget for a lot less than what the actual bonus comes through. That's the red circling. So when an employee is over their market, they do get paid out in July as a lump sum. That's unbudgeted for the most part. So I just wanted to make sure that I'm covering the necessary budget for that person. So I do have a supplementary adjustment in my budget when it comes to that. I think this would be a great time to talk about reporting. How do you feel about reporting? I mean, the requirements are I need to present to you an audit. It's supposed to be done by December. As I told you, it doesn't get finished till March. Typically, just due to staffing and follow up on issues. We still struggle to close our months on a month-to-month basis. So we leave periods open just so we can have the flexibility of changing them throughout the year. And then we focus on just that year-end reporting, that one-time shot of balance sheet items. We focus on that. So I don't really have the staff to really close every month, which makes our reporting for things like P cards, things like expenditures over 5,000. It's a timing based, so if you leave the period open and I go back and post something and we've already reported to council, all that needs to be followed up on. So it's a lot of work, but I mean, all those reports are definitely great. They're all, if you were an accountant and you were as the finance director, I need to know and understand all those reports, but we're not as simple as a small town like Thatcher that just has a single fund or a few funds. We have all these internal service funds that need to be balanced out. If those entries aren't done, which as you can see, the actuals haven't been done. We catch all that stuff up as a once a year catch up. So in order to produce reports, I would need to be able to do things on a monthly basis that I currently can't do with the staffing that I have. So with that, I mean, if you really insist on those reports, I would really insist on the positions. If we think we can live with what other communities of 10,000 deal with, which is just expenditures over 5,000, and revenues over 5,000 and an annual audit presented by an auditor, those are the only requirements that we have as a community of our size. And then it's just a lot of trust you place in me as a finance director. Any comments, concerns?
I like seeing the quarterly, like how our sales tax are doing, because you're estimating how it's going to come in possibly and see how that is.
And my deputy, he definitely was a savant. I mean, his math major from Michigan State, don't want to say Michigan. He definitely was able to put that together, but that is very complicated. In my search for a new deputy, I don't know if I'm going to find somebody that could do what Matt could do. Matt could do a lot for what Matt was. So yeah, the reporting on sales tax might struggle for the next few months or years to have somebody that had the skills and ability that Matt had. So he was really good at producing reports and creating databases and things like that I've struggled to try to create the budget from. So he makes a lot of work for you, but if it all works, it makes his job easier, but it does require someone to know and understand a lot of that. And I struggled as I looked for a deputy to find somebody that was equally matched to Matt, and I just gave up, and we settled on realistic, what I could really find, so. So yeah, even the sales tax report, I guess I'm telling you that that's gonna struggle. That's not a required report, and it's good to know. But yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to give you the same information going forward, because that was very unique to Matt.
Isn't that provided quarterly by the state to us?
I could give you what the state gives you is a very high level, and if you can make heads or tails of what Matt gave you is by sector in the environment. He's telling you exactly retail's up, construction's down, that kind of level of reporting. That's what's going to struggle. But I could give you, yeah, the state sent us $3 million. That's what they're going to give you. They're going to give you it broken up by this much is from income tax, this much is from shared sales tax, this much is your sales tax. They're just high level reports that don't give you a lot of detail. And this is where communities, bigger communities, do have whole staffs, dedicated budget analysts to figuring this stuff out and trying to stay ahead of it. For small communities, you really just depend on the league. The league is kind of your go-to place, and they kind of say, hey, sales taxes are great, but that doesn't really speak specifically to Safford. That speaks to the state of Arizona. So me as a finance director, I try to dig in where I can and try to figure out when things seem anomalous. But yeah, it's going to be a struggle trying to find those skills. So.
I'm a little concerned too, because some of our tax is going to be thinned out a little bit with the creation of a new city or town recently.
That's
that's
one of my
gonna-
struggles with balancing the budget is, yeah, the state's not helping us at all. So they're taking all their state shared revenues are all going down. And then sales tax, I mean, without the projections that Matt was able to get, I'm still, what's funny is the city of Phoenix actually controls all that reporting. They're contractually locked in with the Arizona Department of Revenue to give a BI database that provides all that information. Since Matt, even before Matt left, I've been trying to get access to that same information, and they send me emails every Thursday that said they're gonna get me next Monday. Been a lot of Mondays, so I still haven't seen it. So, but even then, that's just getting the base raw information. It's compiling it and doing all the stuff that Matt did. He looked at first derivatives, second derivatives. Are we increasing at an increasing rate? Are we decreasing at an increasing rate? I mean, he looked at a lot of things to try to come up with his estimates. So that kind of stuff is definitely going to be from a math major from the state of Michigan. So Michigan State, sorry. But yeah, I don't think I'm going to find that kind of abilities. I think even Apache Junction was appreciative of the abilities that they did get from Matt. So now you know my struggles. So any suggestions, Councilmember Bratner? You're the one that requested the reports. Does this in any way help or ease? Or I don't think I can get there. I think with the accountants, I could get up to speed, and maybe 6 months to a year we could get better at it. But we don't have that kind of expertise in this valley. Meaning that if you do have that kind of expertise, you're probably in the valley or Tucson. So it's getting those type of people to come out here, to live out here, to be out here, and that's the struggle that when we put out advertisements, we get people that have the desire but don't have the training and don't have the education or the years of service. I mean, you got to serve your time and understand this stuff too. It's not just college educated, it's actually doing the work. So
I just worry that, I mean, we had it since July that we hadn't even balanced our checking account. Is that still going to continue?
and that's where we have a senior accountant. You guys did make the change last year for me, and she's dug in on, this goes back to system implementation issues with Cassell. Our revenue process is very complicated. I think Councilmember Flores can really speak to, it's very complicated in the city, and the way it was implemented was not great. And so we've been on the phone with Cassell since she started in February of last year, trying to figure this out, trying to figure out an exacting way to get the bank recon done. So she did take over right after she started in February. By June, she was already doing the bank recon for the June bank recon. But like I said, we don't process all of our transactions for the month. We process 90 to 95% of them. So it's that last 5%. The bank recon really depends on that last 5% getting done. They get done in lump sums. Like I do a lot in November once we get through the audit, the first phase of the audit. I do a lot in then I do a lot and I follow up in March. But with not having a deputy director this year, I wasn't able to do that. So we are kind of struggling to get through this year. But yeah, that's kind of where we're at. I don't know if that helps anybody, but what I'm proposing is trying to keep the reporting basic. For the time being, we will try to grow, we'll try to get what we can, but the kind of reporting we've given in the past was very unique to the people that were doing the work. And those people are not here, meaning one person, but yeah, we've had problems ever since I've gotten here. We've had these audit findings about closing the periods and things like that. So these are things that I hope to get to when I got here my first year, but the real reality and knowing what we can get to after being here 2.5 years is it's a slow go, slow fix. Do we have the people? Can we find the people? Are there people that are willing to, I mean, you can't just come in and do the job for a year. I mean, you've got to come in and really dig in. It's taken a year for our senior accountant to get to the level that she's at right now, just understanding our whole entire reconciliation process. It's complicated.
I will say that it's not just been from when you've started. I think it's been an issue, going
this
a
isn't-
lot back as far as, having the staff that's,
Yeah, thank you, Councilman Flores. This isn't unique. I mean, I hate to call it our other communities, but like Duncan hasn't even got out of 2021. So, I mean, Benson was 5 years behind on audits. So small communities suffer from finding people that actually can do this work, and then they just fall behind. And then it's not until the state auditor general is like, we're gonna cut off your state shared if you don't actually get caught up on this stuff. So there is consulting groups that are out there that do help these communities, but it's usually they're always behind. They're way behind. We're a unique little community that actually we're not behind. We actually do get our audit done, not in a perfect time, but at least we're in the same year. So there's places that are, like I said, multiple years behind on their audits. They're multiple years behind on reporting any sort of expenditures over 5,000, on any sort of revenues over 5,000. So don't feel like it's just unique to Safford. I mean, even Thatcher doesn't have the help in-house. They have to go to a consultant to put this all together for them. And they're just a community of 5,000 people and a simple fund structure, a lot simpler than Safford's. So, I hate to call him out. Don't say anything to Duncan. Just let him know. If the state auditor's listening, don't listen. These are held confidentially as finance director to finance director. We don't share those. So yeah, does that help anybody? That's where I would like to be.
the idea of your positions. I just think, again, the issue becomes, can we fill them with people that are going to be able to handle and meet those expectations of, like
The
you're
real
saying, the
reality is I'm gonna
reports
get
that we
somebody
want.
straight out of
and-
college. They don't even teach this type of accounting in college anymore.
Right.
And so you get people straight out of college that have a basic understanding of accounting, debits and credits, and then you have to teach them fund accounting. So before they can become dangerous, and they're really dangerous the first 2 years, I mean, they have a lot of a big learning curve. And I've been in other states where, like Virginia was great about teaching all of its accountants. You had to go to Virginia Tech was a school that, when I went to Virginia the first 2 years, I ended up having to go to Virginia Tech, and they just basically taught me government accounting, even on the Virginia standard. I wish Arizona would have that same sort of training core. EAC would be a great place to make a school for just government accountants for Arizona. And if you don't have that, you just kind of struggle, like most states. I've been in New Mexico where they don't have anybody. And so it's a struggle. It's not unique. There's a lot of communities out there that are looking for these specific types of positions.
So are you looking at promoting into this position you're asking for, or is this someone from external?
You would, I mean, one of the core things I really believe in is you have to have an accounting degree in order to do these things. You have to have that degree as a basis because it's a basic knowledge that you need. If I could find somebody with experience on top of that, that's great. But the real reality is you at least need to have an accounting degree, and EAC doesn't even offer an accounting degree. So you don't find a lot of people with accounting. Even the mine, I look, sometimes they're still looking for accounting people, and they don't even, there's this private sector accounting, budget, taxes, that it's completely different than ours, and they struggle to find people that are qualified.
And is this one position you're asking for, or two?
If I could, I would like the capital asset position, like I said, because I've been trying to deal with that finding for 3 years. If we need to get to some more reporting and we need to get the audit done, I really need to. And
You're wanting capital asset and a general
and a
account.
general account. And that would be cross-training with like I said, my AP and payroll person. They're an end-of-the-line position, meaning that if I lose either of those people, I mean, I would be struggling to pay the 158 employees that we have on a biweekly basis. I'd be struggling to pay our vendors on a weekly basis. We do a lot of activity, so having these single point of failures in your system is not great, but it's not atypical in a town of our size, that you have just one person that tries to do it all. But when they go on vacation, everyone stops getting paid, right? Payroll, we do find ways to get paid. But for AP, it just stops. When my tenured employee leaves, we don't have the time to pick up and where she left off, and we just say, when people call me, oh, hey, if it's an emergency, we'll try to make it happen. But outside of that, it's like, can you wait for a week? So
And you have 5 in your department now?
I have 5.
Gonna need more room.
That is the struggle. Even if you gave me these 2 accounts, I have no idea where they would sit. So, as I look to balance the budget, I just want to get your understanding tonight. Where am I going with this? Am I looking for those reports that were requested? I mean, I can understand where Councilmember Bratner's coming from. How do I know? How do I know that all this stuff works out? And I guess that a lot of it's just saying, I give you audited financials and I give you monthly reports that are somewhat correct, and you have to go with that understanding. Outside of that, it's trust in your finance director, which you've had a myriad in the last few years. So it's having a steady hand in this position, I think, is your key there. And then just trusting that that person is giving you the full picture. And if you have questions, you sit down with the finance director and we go through it, and I explain how I come up with it. I put a lot of faith in our system. If our system controls and how it controls what goes on, if those controls are in any way manipulated, that's where I have to watch and direct. So, but if that's working, I can kind of have a lot of faith in our financials that it's somewhat accurate, not 100% accurate. We spend that year-end time trying to make it accurate, but for the most part, 90% of our information is flowing through our financial system. And again, how we use our financial system, when I got here, we do a lot of journal entries. I'm not really, as an accountant or as a finance director, you just cringe a little bit. You should use the system functionality to the best of its ability. You shouldn't try, journal entries are a way of going around that. And I think that's what the auditor pointed out, is we have many journal entries that aren't duly signed off on. So I have staff that are not accountants that put in journal entries based on understanding and spreadsheets that they have. And oftentimes we find out, some premises has changed that maybe if they were an accountant, they would have caught it. Maybe they wouldn't count it. I mean, but that's the kind of stuff that a second eyes looking at it would definitely, hopefully catch. But again, it's the time. Between myself, I did most of the accounting, and I left a lot of the budget stuff to my deputy. I don't know if that's going to be the case. Like, to be honest with you, I can guarantee you that's not going to be the case going forward. That there was nobody with budget experience. So I'll probably be taking more of a general role in budget and hoping that the accounting can be covered by somebody. So a lot of hopes. This is a long one for finance. I feel like we're going into deep, but I just want to make sure this is a request that I said we're going to get to, and this is the day we're getting to it. So if we need to go in deeper, I have some plans of what we could and couldn't do, but I mean, some of those would have to happen in executive session, and my staff would have to be notified. So we can do that if you like, if you want to go further, but I need some sort of direction. Where do you want to go? Do you want the reports? We don't care about the size of the community. We want excellence in financial reporting, which we get an award for, but we don't really struggle with. But
If we're getting what is required, I too understand that it's nice to get to go beyond that. But it's just a matter of us expressing what we want, and you telling us what it'll take to get there.
so one is express what they want, and
Right.
so
Right.
do you want to get there is what I'm asking. I think I could do it with 2 accountants if I can find the people that know something.
I'd like to know that what's required is getting done, and I'd like to know that we have some cross-training in the
So you would,
payroll.
these
that-
positions would be definitely a help, even though I have no place for them to sit.
Even if you have to take one now and another one later.
Okay.
I mean, even if
Try
we
to work
give,
towards
if
that.
we give you both of them, you probably can't find them anyway. So sounds like it's gonna take some doing to find these people.
My HR department guarantees me she can find somebody.
Yeah.
And again, this is a matter of, we have to budget for it.
Yeah, this would be, you
we don't
budget for it,
fill
and then
it.
I go out and find it, and I come back to you and be like, I failed.
Right. But yeah, we still have to budget for it if we want there to
But
be
yeah,
a possibility at all.
And in your understanding that for the next 6 months to a year, it's gonna be different than it ever's been at the city of Safford. The kind of reports you were getting and the amount of information you were getting might be a little bit less. It will be a little bit less, not might. So if I can't get anyone up to speed, like I said, the unique skill sets that we had before were very unique.
Well, we can't hold them to that standard, so we kind of have to lower our standards a little bit from Matthew so that we can actually look at what's applying.
Yeah. And the job description is written that way, but even finding people that meet that job description, I get a lot of people applying that don't even meet the basic minimums that I'm asking for. So,
I do like McGoy's comment that it is going to take time, and I think we need you to take the time to find the right person or persons.
so even
So
though we'll struggle to have a balanced budget, I will make this a priority, only because it benefits my department.
And
So
keep me out of jail.
and keeps me out of jail. All right. Sounds like I have direction, so no reason to belabor the point. All right, decreases in professional services. Again, as I went through my budget, I tried to add up exactly what I would need. We are looking to bond in 2028. So there's a lot of fees associated with bonding. It's not free. So our municipal advisor, our tax attorney, which I guess I have an attorney too, I didn't point that out. They put in work based on the size of the bond. What we're looking at based on size-wise right now is a pretty hefty bond, especially if the fire department or fire station's still in there. So I budgeted, added that up, and I was able to still decrease professional services this year. I think it was a fluke, but yeah, I was able to reduce that 26,185. Outside of that, my budget hasn't really changed that much. And then internal service funds, we do have a vehicle to move around from building to building. For the most part, that's how we use the vehicle. And then IT, I am adding a lot more computers and trying to get technology to be useful for us and get away from paper and documentation and filing and all that sort of stuff. So I think that was a precedent set well before me by previous finance directors. And so I just try to keep that going. So any questions outside of that?
But, okay, putting stuff in the budget. Some of it we put in there to be able to act on it if it comes to that. It doesn't mean we're going forward with it each time.
Meaning,
You want it in the budget so that,
yeah, so that's why oftentimes people confuse budget and cash. Like, budget is, you can budget for something and still never follow through with it and never spend it. And that happens in our budget, to be honest with you. We ask for all of this money and then we spend 62% of our budget. So we have plans, and on July 1st, those plans change, right? So sometimes we just find that, oh, we don't have the staff, we don't have the ability to follow through on that project anymore. So we have a budget that's $128 million, I guess is what the highest we can go, but we don't end up spending that much. Capital is one of those things where we've always fallen. We do have a plan this year to try to address that and try to get further on capital, but we'll never spend 100% of our budget. So even if I'm struggling to balance this budget, just keep in mind that there's always going to be a budget savings that occurs. How much I want to put on that and how much I want to budget to that number is maybe a new topic we can talk about this year. That is a very shifty budget to try to budget for salary savings. I don't like to do that. I'd rather be honest with the community about here's what we intend to spend, and then if plans change on July 2nd, they change. But putting in a salary savings is basically, we have this plan, but we might not do it, so just give us this leeway of 35%. So, but yeah, it'll be new and interesting ways to balance the budget. I'll give you more information than you've ever had before, and you guys will feel definitely well read on the budget process this year, hopefully. All right? Any other questions, concerns? We can't spend all night on finance, even though I'd want to. So, police, our favorite department.
so we kind of answered you or
Kind
gave
of
you an
answered.
idea on your two positions.
I'll show you how we balance it, how much those priorities
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So our biggest changes in the budget are going to be our motor pool fees. That was a significant amount. For the most part, we've stayed pretty much the same throughout our budget, professional services, as well as our internal services and training and things like that. So we have some questions on the police budget.
You changed the request for a lieutenant.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I can mark that on my paper here.
Yes, sir. We took that out of the budget.
Okay, your request for, I think the evidence thing up on the MIOC,
Correct.
that's all general fund?
Yes.
So there's no grant money involved in that at all. And that you voiced that it would help your accreditation.
It'll help the accreditation as well. It also just sets a standard for the security and safety of our evidence. So basically, we are audited on our entire evidence, not only at the police department, but up at the MIOC. There were some places that we needed improvement on, and so that's where the improvements are coming from through that audit.
'Cause that's one I was hoping we could put on the shelf.
Yeah, I mean, I get where you're coming from on that, but that's one of those that's evidence. That's people's literary lives at some point with being victims, things like that. So we,
I thought it was the motor pool part here. It was the outside, because
Yeah,
you're getting one for inside. That's a separate request, I believe.
no,
I
we've
thought-
we've always had that. So we just need to improve on it. Things like, well, I don't want to get into what we need to improve on, but there are improvements that are needed, and those were brought forth in our audit. So
I guess I was thinking about improving the fence around where you put the vehicles, cameras and lights and all that.
that's correct.
So that one I thought probably what we had now was doing good. That's just what I'm saying.
Okay.
I was hoping that could stay the way it was. Because that's $80,000.
I'm sorry.
Because that's $80,000 request.
Correct.
82.
85.
85 now.
5. Yes.
Anybody want
It's
more?
always been 85. Troy might have had 82, but yeah, it's 85.
Did I read correctly that we're only number 2 of police departments in the entire state that's doing this accreditation
No, in the Southwest region.
in the Southwest
Yeah.
region?
So us and then Douglas in the Southwest region. There are many accredited agencies throughout the state, but in the Southwest region, we are the second.
Do you know what the fee for the accreditation is?
The accreditation fee to be part of what they call ALEAP, the Arizona Law Enforcement Accreditation Program, is minimal. I think it's $250 to be part of that association.
Okay.
But like right now in June, we're going to actually have our assessors on site doing our final assessment. There are fees associated with that, travel, hotel, things like that
And that's already in your budget
for this year, correct?
for next year?
No. After this year, it'll be every 4 years that we have to get reaccredited.
Okay.
So we're just trying to finalize our, what they call self-assessment. And then we're in our first 2 years of our self-assessment.
I just trying to find the monies because your department with the market salary, most of your personnel would qualify for that bump. No?
We're on step program, so not most.
Well, quite a
Maybe half or less actually, because we are in the STEP program, so they don't qualify for the market.
well, even half, quite a few.
And okay. They qualify for the market, but not COLA merit.
Yeah, okay, COLA pay or any other fringe things at this time because they're in their
The STEP program.
yeah,
correct.
their step program.
And it's COLA merit they don't qualify for.
And then the impact of healthcare now too, because that's a big department that quite a few of them are on there too. So I was wanting to use that 80,000 to help alleviate some of that impact that's going to happen.
Okay.
And you said this year we're covered in flock by the grant, correct? Or is this budget we're working on, are you going to have an expense for those?
It's actually for the next 3 years, we're covered by grants for flock system.
Okay.
So for the next 3 years, we'll be covered by the grant.
Okay. And do you foresee any more being installed, or have we installed all that are going in?
We've actually walked it back. So we had a proof of concept where we initially installed what we purchased with our first grant. We're actually in our second grant, with going into our second grant with Flock. And so they had a proof of concept where they came out and basically showed us every option like on a vehicle. They're going to give you the Cadillac version. So we walked it back so we would not overspend on what we requested in the grant.
I kind of thought you ended up with more cameras than what you initially told us you were going to be putting up. So
That was the proof of concept,
Mhm.
and then we've taken that back.
Okay. But, because there's a lot of pros and cons with them cameras going on right now. Well, I've talked to you about some of it, so.
Yeah, there's and it's a controversial system, actually. There's no denying that. That's why we even put the Flock Transparency Portal on our website, so everybody could go on there. If they have a question, go on there and look, and it'll tell you exactly what Flock is and what Flock isn't. In preparation for tonight, and we can send it out to council, we talked about what our system is. We have our policy attached to it, and we even have the link to that portal, so we can send that out. I'll give it to B to send out to council. So you can have all the information at hand, what it does, what it does not do, and things like that. So I know there's a lot of questions, and it's not just here, it's throughout the nation. Um, there continues to be legislation that goes through um, that was actually initiated by the Arizona Chiefs of Police Association. So we could actually put some guardrails on that so we don't get parameters so tight that we can't even use the system. So and it's a work in progress like everything else. So. And would council like that information to be sent out? Like I said, we have kind of a our version of what we have, what we use it for, how we use it, and then we can actually send you our policy as well as a Flock transparency policy.
I would like that. I get a lot of questions
Yeah.
on that. I don't know if you're getting calls, but I refer them to
Yeah.
you and the deflock.org or whatever
Yeah.
it is.
And just for you, if you're getting a lot of questions, actually direct them to that website because that's where the information is. Because I'm not an expert in Flock, and for me to sit up here and speak to every aspect of it, would be unrealistic, honestly. So we direct them to that. If we have additional questions, we do a research. We reach out to. We do have an in-house attorney, obviously, that they guide us with decisions like that. But they're also part of the Arizona Chiefs of Police that guide those decisions that go into the legislation. So we will send that out. I'll get that to be, and we'll get that sent out to council.
Thank you.
Well, I'm still hoping you'll not do the 85,000
It-
and that we make a decision and, or give you an idea from up here before it goes forward and we lose it in there and then,
So what I'm going to suggest is if we have an offline conversation, come in and I can explain the audit and what the audit suggests and why we need that. So again, there are some things I don't want to get into in a public forum of basically telling you what our system is and what our system isn't. So if you come in, sit down, we'll explain it and you can understand the need for it.
okay, and then I'll get to tell you why I want that money because of
No, I understand.
salaries.
I understand
Okay.
why you want it, but then you can understand why we need
Okay.
it as well.
Sounds like a deal.
Sounds good. All right, thank you.
So one of the things I was going to point out for the police budget, Councilmember Flores called me about this. The math that we do to try to calculate overtime, it's confusing with police because a lot of their overtime gets transferred to police grants, which is that Homeland Security grants. So when it does its estimation this year, it kind of overshot it. So I think we're about $100,000 in what we presented tonight. It's 302,650. I think I could probably cut $100,000 of overtime out of the police budget because it's already in the police grant budget. So if you're looking for $85,000, I think Councilmember Flores already found it.
That money, right?
You're welcome.
No, that's just a shell game.
It's a shell game, but I think
Yeah.
we can confidently, looking at the math that it was doing, it looks at all the officers' overtime. It doesn't understand Stone Garden. It doesn't understand Department of Homeland Security. It doesn't understand all the DUI step grants that he has. I mean, it's got all that stuff in there. So I believe that we could do it with a $200,000 overtime budget for that's pure general fund overtime based on events, based on call outs for detectives. Because even this year, we budgeted 140,000 and last year you spent 199,000. So I think 200,000, we could save it right there and that could save that money that you're looking for.
Saving the city.
I do have one question. Do we have IGAs in place when we're having our officers work in other towns? Like, for example, I went through Thatcher Friday and Sherry was there working the highway thing. Do we have IGAs in place covering that? Or is that just something we just kind of do off the cuff?
It's not off the cuff, so there's basically a contract between the officer and the off-duty program. With these, say Stone Garden or Governor's Office of Highway Safety. The IGAs or MOUs are written into the contracts.
But that's between the officer, not the city?
Yes. We're being compensated for the officer and the vehicle. The officer being compensated directly, the vehicle being compensated to the city.
So there is a revenue associated with what you're talking about. It's $50,000 a year-ish, depending on how much activity they have going on.
Yeah.
That is signed off
I was
by
just
the
looking at it
officer,
today, I was
not
like
the city?
amazed on how much recently you guys have really brought in.
Yeah, no, that goes to the city, not to the officer.
No, I mean the agreement. So it's directly with the officer, not with the city? Like Troy's not the one signing off on the agreement, or you, or
Okay, which agreement are you talking about?
the one you just said that is directly with the officer?
That's between the officer and the off-duty contractor.
Okay. So they're doing that on their own time, not on city time,
Correct.
but they are using city vehicles.
And that's what's being compensated,
They're
what he was saying.
expected to recoup us for the vehicle.
Okay. Gotcha.
Okay, any other questions about police? Just want to point out that all the opioid funding is still in the police department. That doesn't mean that the police chief gets to decide where the opioids go. We still can just choose that as we go through that grant process. The 105,000, if there's something that is specifically eligible for opioids, which there's a 26-page document that tells you whether it's eligible, so it's very precise. Like we found ways to fund the Samaritan House, we found ways to drug interdiction programs. So we can fund those out of this pot of money. So, and that's all in the chief's grant budget, so.
So this past year, we did fund the Samaritan House as well as Kathy Grimes. So, and that came out of opioid. It didn't come out of the donation program.
You said it's 105,000? I thought it was 200 and something.
It is. It's about 200.
105 is the
200
donation program.
Yeah,
This is
he's
over
talking
and
about
above
the opioid, which I believe is 240.
I budgeted 240. But again, we get money from every settlement. There's still opioid settlements going on, so that just adds to that pot of money. And the county sends us that money right away, so we do have restricted funds in our cash account that basically is set aside for this purpose. So those make it easy to budget, so keep finding those programs. Any other questions? Again, police budget, if we don't get the grant, then it doesn't get paid for out of there. So this is very helpful to have this budget. It just lets you know that there's a lot of things that police does over and above what the citizens pay for. So they bring in almost $840,000 worth of grants at any given time. So, all right, moving on. Fire.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My budget, operational budget increased by about 18,000. 8,000 was for, we switched over to a digital charting system to records keeping. And then 10,000 on our supply budget for the increased cost of personal protective equipment. We also had a increase, or we're adding in our CIP about 200,000 for the beginning of our radio system upgrade and the purchase of the second command vehicle. Yeah. Have any questions?
It was about the radio, but you answered that already.
So the fire district pays half of this for our agreement that ends in 2027. So we're in our last year of our fire district, the Stafford Rural Fire District, in our agreement. So they've gone from 872,000 to about $1,071,000, so almost $200,000 increase in their portion of that. So that's an additional funding for this. So we do fix the call out pay. The mathematical formula isn't perfect. It doesn't understand how many fires there are every year. So I looked at its historical average and felt like 155,000 needed an additional 50,000 bucks. So
And the training center has its own funds.
if the grant comes through, that training center, but there is parts of that project that are general funded and or partner funded, and that portion is moving forward. The training classroom is moving forward.
Correct. We received grant funding last year to start on basically phase one, which is the classroom portion of it, which we are moving forward with this year, which has funding that we set aside last budget cycle.
And there's more partners than just us and Safford, right? Rural Fires, like Thatcher might be on that one.
Correct. We're working with the other members of the community with it.
So we've asked everybody to contribute to this fire training center, and
We're working on it.
they're working on it. Any other deep dive questions? Again, we're putting together a plan for the fire district on how to afford a possibility of a fire station based on debt. So as we present that in this coming weeks, we'll talk more about this, but this is the base operational budget. That is $3.4 million, third biggest department.
That includes fire.
I think includes the start of an idea of a fire station. Any other questions? Okay, that's our third biggest department, municipal court. So this is actually ran by Thatcher. It's in our building. They do not contribute for anything outside of professional services here. We split it based on number of tickets. So I always encourage our police chief to not write tickets. He still does. Oh, we get the captain right now. He'll do it. So yeah, this is one of those agreements up in 1 year. I'd like to talk about renegotiating this with Thatcher and Pima, basing it on population rather than count. We do have the most officers, so we are going to write the most amount of tickets, but that isn't how the work is dictated, I feel like. I feel like really the population that you serve is a better calculation of that. They probably disagree 100% with me, but as we go through this last year of this agreement, and then we're looking at the idea of remodeling half this building, these are all things that would come together to talk about our municipal court. It could be included as part of our administrative building. My assistant city manager, interim city manager, has pointed out that, which he is right, that municipal courts actually are part of a lot of municipal complexes. So maybe we could just combine it all together, but that would be, I guess, walking away from the current usable half of the building. So, but we do have some ideas there to possibly save some money for the city, but this is one of those big negotiations. This is a big contract that we have to talk about with Thatcher and Pima and how much we contribute, because right now we just pay for the operation, which we already had before, and they don't pay us anything for the building, anything for the IT, anything for the insurance, anything for what we do for the building over and above the actual operation of the facility. So
we're gonna add on to put your finance in there?
if only possible. That building is definitely historic. It has some unique architecture that makes it very hard to work on, and I guess Lance is going to talk about that, hopefully. Any questions about municipal court? So planning and community development has the longest title, so the smallest box.
Yes, we have the longest title and the smallest budget. So good evening, Mayor and Council. You'll notice that my department has some significant decreases, but that's because Mick will be transferred to his own department. And then we won't be paying for the general plan update after this year. So that will go down, and special events is being moved out with Mick. Let's see what else. And our internal service with warehouse we're not using that anymore. And so we do have the capital project that we've already gotten approved by the council. So that increase is $250,000 for that strategic land purchases. With that, I will answer any questions. We're pretty much just decreasing in my department.
There's a request coming from a seasonal worker too.
That'll be in recreation. So anything that had to do with special events, golf course, Mr. Bejarano took those over, and now they'll officially be out of the budget as well. So they're under the recreation and city manager, so.
She has the biggest decrease of negative 29%. So, but like she pointed out, a lot of it's pulling Mick's whole salary and benefits out, and then his event budget, that was a lot of her budget before. So she is aiming to become the smallest budget in the city, I guess. But yeah, one of the things I would like to talk about, I guess, with hers is, as she pointed out, that capital project, that idea that we have of buying up tax sales and things like that are strategic, that would help in our capital projects, buying up land before we have to actually need it for a capital project, or strategically buying land. We have some land that we've bought, and you'll notice budgets, especially in the rural Southwest, they'll include that as a revenue, one-time revenue in their operating budgets as the sale of land. Like, I think Thatcher had the red lamp on their operating budget for years and years and years. So that could be a way to balance the budget, is to show the sale of like the slab that we purchased out on US 70. Those are funds that you could use to balance the budget. So I just want to point that out, that as we acquire land strategically, we could have land sales that could go as an ongoing operational revenue that could help us balance the budget that we've never considered until now. We have a lot of what you can consider excess property that doesn't get used to its full potential. Maybe it's time to put it back in the market and let somebody else do something with it, right? So that could be one of my methodologies for getting a balanced budget. So I just want to get that out there. All right, building safety, you left too soon. Never mind.
Building safety, you'll see goes down 6%. There are really no changes in that division. They did get an increase for uniform services and work boots a couple of years ago, but that's really the only change there besides salaries. So, and then the next slide, internal service funds like everybody else. So that's a 17% increase, but that's just the internal service funds. And then this is a lot of what got removed from planning and community development that you'll see next.
You have listed call-out pay is calculated. What is that? Why, who gets called out for building safety?
Occasionally, someone will need to pour concrete on a Friday or a Saturday because it rained or something else happened, and our inspectors will go out for an hour or so. You'll see that there is not much in there. They very rarely get it. We just never had it in the budget before. So it's if an after hours, it's usually concrete that it rained or they need to pour at 4 in the morning or something like that. We generally try to flex their time. Sometimes we can't.
Yeah, their department doesn't specifically have call-out positions. They just get overtime based on that. And I only budget $150,000, $150. So. Right. All right. Moving on. Recreational programs, Mick.
I just want to ask really fast. So the recreation program now, there's a change in the organizational chart where it does report directly to city manager. Is that correct?
That was
Versus, okay, okay.
Yes, well, the assistant city manager.
Yeah, okay. All right.
And now the interim, so yes.
Okay, just making sure.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Again, as it was noted earlier, the recreation programs have stepped out from the PCD on its own budget, and this is the first time we're actually going to be reviewing it. It indicates an 84% increase, which is obvious because we are a stand-up now. I did ask for an assistant during the height of our seasonal events, which is from September to December, where we have 8 events going back-to-back every 2 weeks. This person will be utilized to help with setup, breakdown, and also the communication with the community as the events are going on. And again, it's only seasonal and it will only be during the events itself. The internal services, the increase was also due to the fact that I had a vehicle that was under PCD that I will maintain through the recreational program.
Any questions? This is the one time I actually added the request that Mick has asked for, the position. I've actually added this to the budget, so I have factored this in. I didn't put it as part of the overall request for new positions, so.
I
kinda
see
made
the
a-
need for it for sure. There's a lot of work done for those events, so I think that seasonal employee is going to be a great help to you. I do have a question though about, or maybe even a comment, but I know we didn't open the pool in time for the kids this year for the schools to do their end of year visit to the pool. So I just wanted to know, is there something we can do to try to avoid that in the future? And is there something that we need to do?
Well, in
with
the last
budget?
couple of years, we've noticed that it's getting harder and harder with the school schedules because that's typically who your lifeguards are, and then getting their certifications. The previous pool manager, Robert Avalos, was able to do this more because he was with the schools, so he could help manipulate schedules. Where now we've hired a previous lifeguard and also our ex-swim coach. So she had a little bit better understanding, but she just didn't have that pull that Mr. Avalos had when he was in a position. So hopefully we can get to that. It goes right along with the same with closure of the pool. The school year starts sooner. Safford starts at the end of July. The following week is Thatcher and then Pima. And then ESC gets going too. So I've asked her to look into her staff to see who may be available. But again, once the school year begins, typically it's an athletic student that's going to be performing in one of the sports and is going to be getting ready for that. And of course, just in general, getting prepared for school itself. So we'll still work at it. We did get a little bit more pay for them. But again, it's just a matter of hit and misses, who we can staff and what the hours will look like after July.
If I may, there are some opportunities out there. I don't remember which you shared with me. Wilcox is looking at something unique. So I look forward to chatting with their manager and see how that plays out for them. Another opportunity was to work with local, like Eastern Arizona College and their lifeguards, but I think we ran into some insurance challenges with that. So there are ways to look outside of the box so we can utilize that resource more during the year, because it's such an amazing amenity, but it just sits there closed most of the year. And then there's one other opportunity that's coming up, I won't disclose yet, where we may have an opportunity to keep that pool open a little bit longer. So behind the scenes, we are working on some things to see if we can get it open on time, of course. Mick did a great job of explaining the challenges this year, but also keep it open longer.
Thank you.
Does the seasonal person you want come with benefits?
No, sir.
Just
Straight
Part-time.
time. Taxes and no retirement. They're not even 20 hours because they don't have that 20-week requirement. Just wanted to point out on salaries, I mean, I've been around government for 25 years and I've managed or ran a lot of pools as a finance director. I think salaries is one of the things. College kids are looking for high-paying jobs during the summer, and the minimum wage is probably not going to attract a college kid looking for the most bang for their buck, because there's a lot of places that are looking for college kids to fill that summer gap. So they're looking for jobs in the $20, $25. It's a abnormally high pay, but their intention is for those kids to take that money and use it for school. So they're looking for a big paying job, and I think that's what learns some of our attraction for EAC is we're not willing to offer that big amount. So again, it would go for their education, but
and I kind of thought they were overstaffed.
there's a requirement for number of people in the pool and how many lifeguards you have to have on. So it's pretty stringent. So it makes it very difficult. Certain depths of pool require more lifeguards. So I think they follow the minimum, but there's times that we are overstaffed because we don't know what's going to come during the day. You can't just call somebody in, hey, a party of 5 just came. I need you to come back to work. So we do staff based on understanding, but there's a lot of requirements based on depth of water and number of people in the pool at any given time.
I'll be bugging you again, Chief, with the parking out front this year.
It's striped, so it helps now. And
I've warned the new pool manager. I said Vice Mayor will be over there
Yes, I
policing
will.
parking.
I'll probably park there as well sometimes. And there are days that we actually have to not allow people into the pool. I forget the term, but max capacity we're at. So we kind of make them wait for some to come out, some can go in. So even with the amount of staffing we only have so much depth in the pool to utilize.
Yeah, it seems like you gotta have 3 family members for one swimming lesson kid. And then we get overpopulated in there, so,
Because you may say you're not swimming, but if you're in the pool area, you have the potential of swimming.
okay, 'cause
So-
I know you did, you wanted free lessons, I believe.
But this is an interesting topic. I mean, we spend like $250,000 on the pool operation every year, and we only use it for 2 months out of the year. This is where, like we talked about during this budget process, diversifying revenues and coming up with new revenue streams. I think this is where it'd be interesting if we could get college kids that have more of a flexible schedule and operating more than the 2 months out of the year. It might be beneficial. It might still be a loss, but at least you still clean the pool all year long. So you might as well take advantage of it we have at least 7 months of good swimming available to us in the state of Arizona. So we just don't take advantage of it because we can't find the staffing. So,
And it's not heated.
and that's just fancy. Heated pools in Arizona, come on. All right,
Any other questions? Thank you.
all right, library.
Hey, good evening, Mayor and Council. So, let's see. We do have less contractual services this year. As you can see, I've kind of broke down what our professional services are for the coming year, and I based that off of the previous year's actuals. The motor pool services fees really haven't changed. They've been reallocated. And as far as my operating, it hasn't changed too much. We do note the additional book cost, but we I didn't realize until this morning it wasn't screenshotted. So the book cost isn't actually listed here, but we're asking for an additional 2,000, so from 25,000 to 27,000. And then the public internet cost is in our utility services. We do have a separate network for the public and the city network, and that's for security purposes. E-rate does cover 80% of that cost, so now we're running a little under 1,000. I do have an E-rate consultant that helps us with the application process. He costs between $500 to $1,000 a year, but he saves us at least $2,500. So it actually does shake out by the end of the year. Are there any questions for my general fund? I have 3 different funding pools, so I don't want to get us mixed up.
Are you gonna, is the one, you want to add hours, is this the general fund you want to
No,
add
this is
hours?
grants. Yes, so this, what I'm speaking to right now is the general fund.
And I will then.
Okay. So this is the increased internal service funds. And so this is the grant funding that you're referring to, Vice Mayor, about additional hours for adult education. That is mostly a grant-funded position. This position would be 30 hours a week, which is up from about 19 that she is currently working now. And with that, 30 hours a week would be state retirement. She is eligible, if I'm correct, for insurance. Yes. So, so the city would fund part of it, but the straight salary does come from grant funding. So if we don't get that increase in hours, the ASRS wouldn't happen, the insurance wouldn't happen. So currently, right now, I have an application with United Way I just submitted. That funds 4 positions. That funds our adult education, elementary program, makerspace, and language instructor, which is the new position we're adding this year, and that is a grant-funded position as well. So those other 3 positions outside of the adult education instructor, if the United Way grants don't come through, those positions do not exist. So I do want to make a note for next fiscal year. This fiscal year, our grant funding looks fairly similar if you've been here for a while. First things first, funds are 0 to 5 programs. They're a state-funded agency. They're funded through tobacco tax. Their revenues have been decreasing steadily for several years. We've known this. They have been very forthright with us. They currently fund about $154,000 a year. That includes 1.3 full-time equivalent staff members. That includes anything 0 to 5. That includes the Imagination Library. So next fiscal year, they have let us know that their funding is decreasing. They don't know how much yet for fiscal year '28. So for this budget, we're talking about fiscal year '27, funding is the same, $154,000. That grant is currently pending as well, but we're confident that grant will come through. Fiscal year '28, we're going to be looking at a different funding model from them. We'll know more in the fall, but I wanted to let you all know that now. So next year, my grants are going to look a little different. My staffing is going to look a little different. But I might be coming in with a request for partial funding of staff from the general fund, because right now they're funding 1.3 full-time equivalent staff members. So that is just something to put on your radar for fiscal year '28. Are there any questions about that?
Talking pretty good there. I don't know if I picked up this other one that you're talking about adding it to 30 hours. That's coming out of grant money too?
That's United Way, correct?
Okay, because it's not usually something we do is pay for something with one-time money.
So with all the positions are yearly, I have to reapply every year. So those 4 positions, the adult ed, it would be an ongoing 30 hours. So it wouldn't be a one-time in the adult and the language instructor.
It's an ongoing 30 hours with grant money.
Correct.
The grant money is one-time money.
The grant money is technically one-time monies because we have to reapply every year, correct?
Yes, and that's something that I think part of our guideline is something we don't normally want to do.
I'm not understanding your question.
Just pointing out a good financial fact.
Okay.
I think the key that we also have to add is the grant it pays for the salary, but it doesn't cover these, what we call indirect costs like ASRS and retirement, and it covers taxes, I believe that. But like, so there is a portion of this that the general fund does fund. Her budget is very tricky, like she pointed out. So I guess, as you can see, this $989,000, that's what we use our sales tax money. The city funds $1 million library operation. But then she also has this library grant operation, which anything that's not salaries is pretty much 100% funded by grants. But salaries gets a little tricky. Anybody that has those extra, like what we'd be doing here, if we increased her hours, they would pay for the hours, but they wouldn't pay for the retirement. So the general fund would have to put in a little bit, but they would get a lot out of it. And it's really, you call them one-time grants because they are one time every year, but she has got them consistently year over year over year. So with this budget, she brings in $290,000 about in grants every year to her operation. And then this $25,000 is from the state, and she spends that to the penny every year. So with a $1 million budget, which I've heard from our community members that it's bloated, which I don't understand if they understand what a library runs like, but that's a pretty good library budget. But yeah, it's completely funded by City of Safford taxpayers. We do get $50,000 from the county as a donation. You do get fines and forfeitures, but I mean, that's like less than $5,000. So really, the sales tax pays for a library with no assistance outside of the $50,000 from the county. But she does leverage that $1 million budget to get $300,000, kind of like the airport. She leverages other grants to make the library do more than what a normal library would do. So just pointing that out. Does that help people understand? It's really complicated when I try to figure out revenues for.
Library does more than most libraries. It does,
Correct.
but it's still one-time monies, and
Yes.
I'm not necessarily for increasing hours to get benefits. I think we would be setting a precedent.
Well, that's a fair point, but at the same time, we're noticing the adult education the increase in hours is because of our GED program. So that adult education instructor works with, I think she had 700 sessions last year, some astronomical number of folks that are coming in for one-on-one tutoring for GED programs. And another avenue we're really going with this particular position is we really want to focus on family histories, preserving that history. It's a project we've had on the back burner because we don't have the staff time or expertise to do it. This particular staff member does have a passion for it and can teach other folks how to digitize photos, how to basic computer classes. We get that request a lot. We haven't had the staff capacity to do that. This position would allow us to do that. So United Way would fund the salary, yes. And as our finance director pointed out, there would be a cost recovery from the general fund, but it is something that we've been trying to do for several years, and we're hoping that this position will finally get that off the ground.
Victoria, I have a question for you.
Sure.
So if we did move this employee to 30 hours and then next year or in future years, the salaries, the 30 hours didn't get funded through a grant, then the position would go away.
Correct.
And if the position went away and you still wanted to continue that program, the GED is very valuable.
Yes.
If you wanted to continue that program, you would come to us in
Yes.
the budget cycle and say, I want to add this position to the general fund.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's similar to like First Things First.
Right.
Those employees,
Okay.
yes.
So even though the money's being used is one-time funding, if it went away, you would still come to us and request more.
Correct. Yes,
Okay.
that was
Just
correct.
wanted to make sure. Thank you.
Yes. Are there any? Go
Two
ahead.
questions. In your parentheses, you put 20,666. Is that the cost of the benefits that you're wanting to come from the general fund?
Yes, that's the cost from the benefits. The salary is a different line item, and that's embedded within the salaries of the grants.
Okay.
Yes.
And I understand your desire to do the family history, but I don't see us paying for that when the Family History Center does that for free. They teach the classes, they do all of that stuff, and that is free. Anybody can walk into
Yeah,
there.
we're speaking more of the digitization. We're not speaking so much, and we're actually haven't. Yes, and we actually have applied for a grant through the state library to get a new microfilm reader because we do get requests for that as well. But honestly, without the oral history project, the GED program's doing so well, I still would like an increase in hours for this individual. This year we're seeing the results of somebody actually here all of the time. We've got 100 people. We had 100 tests done this year. Last year we were lucky to hit 45. So we're seeing the effect, the positive effect of this person taking the time teaching these folks and helping tutor them. So even if we don't do the oral history part or the preserving history, the increase in hours is still going to end up happening because of the need for the GED program. And really the other component I really want to focus on with that position is just computer classes. Folks ask so much, they just need help. And this person's willing, they're a former teacher, so it's kind of embedded in them to teach. So they want to offer that. And they also want to go to Green Lake County a couple times, once a month maybe more often, to get folks interested in there for their GED, because United Way does technically cover both counties, and we want to make our services more prevalent out there. And the libraries there do advertise, but getting folks to come here is hard. So if she can go out there and recruit some folks, I think that's another benefit we're looking at this year.
I'm definitely in favor of that increase. Adult education is one of the best things that we're
Mhm.
involved in. I think
I agree.
whatever $128 million budget might be one of the 5 best things we do in the entire budget. From my perspective, the GED graduation this year was maybe the highlight of, not
Mhm.
maybe, for me, it was the highlight of the whole year for the
And
city.
That will be coming again in June. So she has some students already lined up for that as well. So we worked out some kinks. Hopefully it's better this year. There's still some things to go through on
That
that
was
one.
great.
Thank you. Are there any more questions on the grants? As our finance director said, my budget's a little different because I have all these different pockets, so. And I think the trust was the last one. Yeah, so 25,000, that doesn't change. That comes from the state of Arizona. It's funneled through the state library. As the county seat, we get that 25,000, and their designation is we use it for countywide services and travel and training for staff. So that's where our travel and training budget comes from. We do give 5,000 to Pima because it is, they are part of the county Pima Public Library. And then we use that for summer reading and just services that are available to everyone in Graham County. So are there any questions on that budget?
You went by the backyard, that's on hold?
Correct. Yes, that's at least till 28. Yes. Yes, that would also be mostly grant funded. Any other questions for me? Thank you.
I'd like to consider, one of the talking points we've always had with the library and community contributions is we are one of 2 counties, us and Green Lake County are the only counties in the state of Arizona that do not have a library district. I know the citizens voted in 2004 and said no to a library district, but that would solve a lot of this problem that we're having for funding, that the city's taking on $1 million library budget if we just talked about support for a library district. Just like we have a fire district, I tease their finance director at the county that we're the only ones that don't have a library district. So that's kind of our talking point for library is, I think a lot of the whole community using the library is fine as long as everyone's paying for it. And a library district would help us do that. If we could get the message out and create some sort of, that would require a referendum of the voters. But I think that's what we need for the library in order to come up with a diversified revenue stream, which would be a library district. Again, people have complained that they might not fund 100% of the $1 million, but whatever portion the library district could fund, that would help like the books and that operation of the library, we could work that out. So I think that's one of the missing points that we continue to miss with the county is a library district is all we're asking for. The voters to vote on a library district and not to say bad things about it before it goes out for vote. That's all we're asking. Okay?
I kind of think it failed. If I remember right, it kind of failed also on the ballot because we were doing the jail at the same time.
Yeah, timing of these things, but I mean, public safety things, I think the voters can definitely get behind. It's the library, maybe they didn't understand it, but I think as we've educated the public with Victoria's budget tonight, that it's well spent and it's well leveraged. A library district might be beneficial and it would help create equity across all of our cities and towns in the Graham County. So that's just my talking point. All right, moving on. Public Works Administration. Oh, sorry, any other questions?
No, I saw where we still help Pima, which is good.
Yes, we give $5,000 to Pima.
All right, good evening, Mayor and Council. I'll cover the rest of the Public Works divisions as well as streets tonight, and hopefully answer any questions you got. We'll start with administration. As Troy mentioned before, that's That's just half of my salary and my office supervisor, as well as day-to-day operating supplies. There's not a lot of change to that one this year, other than moving the fleet services to an internal service charge. Any questions on the admin side of things? Moving on, facility maintenance. So facility maintenance is there's a little bit of shifting going on here, and I wanted to try and explain that. So the professional services, Troy's been trying to get everything into professional services, not outside services that had been in outside. So that 33,500 is just moving it to professional services. That was supposed to have been done last year. We're getting it there this year. We added $3,500 to that budget from the previous approved budget to cover our fire alarm systems, ongoing annual, monthly charges for our alarm systems that we've been putting in these in the buildings for fire suppression. Let's see, the motor pool fees, obviously in this one have been moved to internal services. And then on our supplies budget, if you remember last year, late in the budget cycle, we added the $100,000 for the life cycle maintenance plan for the facilities. Very much appreciated. That's come in very handy this year. I did want to highlight a couple of things that we have done this year in that life cycle maintenance plan, just to kind of give you a heads up of what we've accomplished. Going by building, City Hall, customer service area, if you haven't seen that yet, go check it out. Turned out amazing. The guys did an excellent job on that. We replaced, we've had a couple ice machines go out this year, unexpected. I think I explained to you before, this life cycle maintenance plan is a living, breathing plan. That 100,000 we got a plan for it, might change. We had 2 ice machines, one at City Hall, one at Public Works, both I think 20 plus years old, both died. We had to replace them. The library annex, we replaced 1 AC unit there this year. Warehouse, we did some portable coolers. The brickyard, we had a pressure washer die, 20 plus year old pressure washer that we wash our sanitation garbage trucks, a lot of our work trucks. That stuff's washed there. We had to replace that. Golf course, we replaced 1 AC unit at the golf course clubhouse. We put a couple of AC/heaters into the maintenance shop, the office at the maintenance shop. Chamber of Commerce, we upgraded the lighting in the meeting room. We got plans to do this coming cycle, to do some flooring upgrades at the chamber. The water reclamation plant, we had 2 AC units replaced there. And we fixed the roof that was leaking there. Operations, I mentioned the ice machine. We're going to install, and I'll get to this when we get into the facility maintenance stuff, but we're going to put a washer and dryer in the back room there to do some laundry facilities for custodial services. Yeah, it's right here, top comment there. So Nicole Stahl, our custodial services supplier or person, she's been fighting with Mission on and off for months. We get back mops that are supposed to be clean. She dips them in a bucket. It's dirty water, and they smell bad. Our rags are the same way. So we've been going back and forth with them. We finally came up with a solution that we could do our own services, and this was Nicole's idea. She had a washer and dryer. She could throw 1 load in the start of the week and 1 at the end of the week, and simple as that, she'd have them ready there in the dryer. So we looked at places to do that. We've got a spot right there at Public Works Operations in the back room where we can put a washer and dryer fairly inexpensively, and then it'll save us. We spend roughly $3,500 a year on mops and rags. We can cut that at least in half, if not cut it down to about $1,000 a year with buying our own rags initially and our mop heads and then just laundering them. So that's a cost savings that she came up with kind of through this process, which I think would be a benefit to us as well. So I'm back to that life cycle maintenance plan. We're probably going to spend close to the $100,000 this year. We did a couple of upgrades at the American Legion. We replaced some sidewalk on the north side of the building and over on the 10th Street side. And then Dry Lake Park, we did some lighting increase out there. So we're probably going to come close to that. This next year, we've got 4 AC units on the budget. That's almost $40,000 by itself, and some other upgrades to the building. So the plan is to kind of keep that flowing, and that's why we've got this in there. It shows it as an increase of 136,000, which 100,000 was just what we had in there. The 36,000 was, we got a quote to do some heaters in the warehouse. There's been a request for some heat in the warehouse. It gets extremely cold in there in the wintertime. So the quote we got was for 4 gas heaters, 1 in each corner of the warehouse, and then some ductwork, and that's where the 36,000 on top of that would be. Just since we got a quote, that's just if we wanted to go that route. We could scale that back. We could do a couple of heaters. We could not do it at all, but we put that in there on top of the life cycle maintenance because it was such a big cost. Now, granted, anything that we do in that life cycle maintenance plan, AC units, anything over 5,000, we go out and get quotes. We get 3 or 4 quotes locally. We go with the low quote, give that out to whoever gets it. Anything under the 5,000, we can just award that. And then anything higher than that, if it's over 50,000, obviously 60,000, we'd come to you for it, but we'll probably do that as far as our life cycle maintenance. So that's the supplies side of things. Is there any questions on that as far as, looks like a lot. We're not shifting things around, but there's a lot of, it looks like an increase when it's really not that much of an increase. One thing I did mention in our staff meetings is if we got to where we were going to cut some things, we could scale back that life cycle maintenance fund a little bit if we needed to. Like I said, that's a living, breathing document. We do that kind of on a needs basis, and we prioritize it in a 5-year plan. If we needed to scale something back, that's a potential area. One thing I did want to point out in this was, let's see, what was it? So the 15,000 there that we've got allocated for cleaning and janitorial supplies, that was just kind of built into the supplies budget. Anything that Nicole used at the warehouse was charged to the supplies budget. We spend roughly $10,000 on cleaning supplies, toilet papers, towels, that kind of stuff. And so we put that in its own allocation, made it 15,000. So 10,000 of that would be to cover the cost of the supplies. The 5,000 would be kind of the laundry type thing, the rags, the mop heads, that kind of stuff. So we wanted to kind of track that separately, so we had to pull that out of the supplies and put it up into its own GL code, basically. So that's what that 15,000 there is. So any questions on facility maintenance? On parks, mentioned many times, we've kind of delayed the request for the parks worker. We're going to wait till we get this new park closer to being built before we ask for that, and we'll probably definitely want one next year, the next budget cycle, and maybe even another one after that. So we are going to delay that ask until we get closer to needing that position. So motor pool fees in parks have obviously also moved to internal service charges. That's the decrease you see there. The increase in supplies, I was gonna point out what that was. So we kind of moved one of our projects, Dry Lake Park project. That's what this is the big bore range. We had shade improvements, some safety warning devices, some metal targets, that kind of stuff. That's more of a operating upgrade, so we're just kind of put that in the operating supplies, and you'll see that won't be in the capital CIP anymore. So that's where that additional 20,000 came from. It's kind of a capital moved into an operating supplies. You'll see that when we get to the streets fund, we kind of did the same thing with our street maintenance stuff. So, any questions on parks? I think that covers all of parks. That was in this current. So in the current budget, we actually we're going to we had 5,000, I believe, 5,000 or 6,000 to buy some large wreaths for City Hall. If you haven't noticed, our ribbon is getting pretty wore out. It looks really good in the dark when it's lit up, when they keep the lights on, but it looks pretty ragged. And so we're going to try and switch gears. We had a request to go with a large wreath in the middle and 2 small wreaths on the side. So that's what we're going to try and do. If we can get them this year, that's in this current budget. So we need to get those purchased in this current budget.
And at the rifle range, your increased budget on that is with the consideration of what some of the people have been suggesting out there?
Well, we've had requests out there for different targets, moving them to the right distances, upgrading the targets. We also have, in the description there, it talks about extending the shade structure on the bore. We've had that in the CIP, we just haven't got to it. So that's what that 20,000 would be, to just address anything we need to do out there to kind of better operations out there. It's more of an operating upgrade out there as opposed to a capital improvement.
And then the safety issues they had out there about, I don't know, maybe the light or whatever, but you've already listened to all that.
We've talked about a device of some kind, whether it's a big sign that they put up or a flashing light that they flip on when they're clear down range. If you got somebody driving down to the 700-yard target and somebody pulls up and they want to shoot at a 50-yard target, they may not see the car all the way down at the end. And so if there's a flashing light or a big sign up or some flags up, we're just trying to come up with the best way to warn the public if somebody drives their vehicle all the way out to set up some targets, it doesn't look like anybody's there, they just don't start shooting.
They go out there 700 yards.
Yep. Any other questions on parks? I'll be back for streets.
Our second favorite department, Alan from Troon is here to explain the Troon portion of the budget. I'll cover whatever Alan doesn't have.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I think the first thing to talk about is Troy and I probably really had to go through preparations for a budget that hadn't been done previously. So from Troon's standpoint, we really didn't have a total handle on an operating budget. So I think we do have a whole lot better idea now. So some of that service budget increase is detailed in that. Addressing life cycle maintenance plans was something that Troy and I have started. We have numerous pieces of equipment out there that are well past their useful lifespan. So we need to start making some moves there. Golf course paying for the effluent water, do you want to touch on that? I think that's more of.
I know I have one fan for this already. So as you understand, the effluent water that goes to the county, that goes to the ponds, is paid for by the county under an intergovernmental agreement for the life of this effluent system. I don't remember if Morgan was here, he could tell us. It's been years that they've had an effluent system out there, and they've never paid the actual wastewater customers for that effluent service. So we went out and looked at, there's 2 meters. There's water coming off of Fry Mesa Dam that would be part of the effluent that's coming in, even though it's not effluent water, it's water that we allocate to them. And then there's 1 meter on Robson Ranch Road that tells us everything that goes to the golf course. And what we're starting to understand is most of it gets lost to evaporation and seepage at the ponds. So it's something that we could do to save some of that water by actually putting a price to it. We've started to figure out what can we do. This would also be the initial start of how we fund the capital project to replace the irrigation. It would be funded through the wastewater department, and it would be paid for by the general fund paying the wastewater fund for its effluent. Again, we're not doing that project until 2028 or 2029, so you don't need to do it now. But as we've gone through the wastewater budget and the increases that you see there, there is a strain for additional revenues like we've talked about in wastewater. So this would be the first time we would do it. It could get stalled for a year. I do want to say that as possible. It would cause some strains, but we could stall this, so that would save, I think it's $530,000 is what we're estimating the cost of that water. So that could be a $530,000 reduction in a $3.2 million budget. So, and then I think you already covered the equipment. There's $1 million plus of equipment that just sits out in the sun, out in the golf course. So we're talking about replacing it in a more timely manner. We probably need to talk about protecting it from the sun when it's not being used. So we don't have any of that in the CIP plan. We just focused on the life cycle maintenance that he's pointed out here. But I do believe this is a better picture of what's happening at the golf course. We sat down with Alan. Again, the standard I think that you would have at the golf course with that extra $557,000 a year is the grass would be in a impeccable standard, the maintenance, the weeds would be kept to minimal. I mean, you're doing a lot of stuff, right? You can't do a lot of stuff with the budget that we've given you right now. So we said, what do you need to make that place a step up a level? And that 557,000, I think, is definitely a request that it seems reasonable. I think we've always had an expectation of trying to keep that to a loss of $300,000 there. I don't think that's realistic anymore. And what would end up happening is they just put off the maintenance on their own equipment and or our shop and or some other place at the golf course because they focused on the customer and getting the customer to pay. There is $1.6 million that comes in. We did increase that estimate of $400,000 in revenues. Part of it being the driving range that comes online in June, hopefully. Anybody? News? But there could be some other amenities. Again, diversifying revenues out at the golf course. It's never going to pay for itself. We're never going to come up with $3.2 million of fees that can cover the golf course. There's always going to be a loss of some sort, but we can mitigate that by finding additional sources of revenue that can pay for themselves over time and contribute to the losses that we're seeing at the golf course right now. So again, $1.6 million of that comes from fees. The rest of it comes from the general fund. That seems like a lot, but in talking with other golf courses, it seems pretty reasonable for the kind of golf course, the size that we run, the amount of green that we actually have, the various amenities we offer.
Well, the rates.
The rates.
Where they've been and they haven't increased. I mean, that's another conversation.
So one of the things that I'm going to be proposing in the next few weeks is the idea of fee increases. They currently consider anyone that lives within the 4-county radius, that would be Cochise County, Greenlee County, Graham County, and Gila, as residents. So we'd like to see them change that fee to just City of Safford. And so the idea of a non-resident resident fee, again, not driving away the customers. You can't drive away the $1.6 million worth of revenues, but putting some sort of non-resident fee and defining what non-resident means. It means anyone that doesn't live in Safford. So those are things that I'll be proposing. I don't know how much money that would actually bring. We did do a study from a user group that you guys approved this year. They've looked at it. They don't think it would bring in a lot. There's a lot of elasticity, but we are the only golf course within 100 miles, 92 miles. I don't know where Silver City is. It's the closest, right? So, but yeah, so we can talk about that if you guys are interested during the budget processing. But yeah, this is the golf course. It is your second biggest operation. I think this is an honest budget for it. And I guess turn it over for any comments from you. We would, as I guess pointing out here, we would be taking over the maintenance of his fleet. So as he buys this new equipment, we would make sure that it gets oil changed, that it gets, I think, major stuff you would have to definitely cover. We would have to work it out, but we can take care of the ongoing routine maintenance off of his plate so they can focus more on maintenance. Is one of the plans. And then the replacement of that's $267,000 pays for this stuff to be up to date, current, not having to work on old equipment that they don't even make parts for anymore. So yeah, we're trying to get that back on track. So that sounds like a lot, but there's a lot of nice equipment and it's very expensive to do what we need to do at the golf course. So
I do want to share that I am not in favor of charging for the effluent water. And for two reasons. I think, number one, if we weren't sending it to the golf course, it'd be going into the river.
that is true.
We don't have any customers right now that are pressing to start using effluent water.
True.
So that's one of the reasons. And the second reason I think is, oh gosh, I just lost my thought. I should have wrote it down. Let me.
It's generally a bad idea.
Yeah, oh, sorry. I have it in my notes. The other reason is because we would be restricting those funds. And I think, right now, because there's no other customers, we wouldn't be selling it. So there would be no additional revenue if we didn't charge the golf course. And so I think all we're doing is just restricting our general fund monies. If we needed to, general fund can always help supplement it. Enterprise fund, but enterprise fund can never supplement the general fund. So I just hate for us to restrict some monies.
And you're not
so I
proposing
think-
forever. You're just saying until we actually get
Right.
that.
And I think, we have in the budget to do a study and look at what we really want the golf course to be. And I think we kind of see, we have a lot of changes going on there at the golf course. Kind of let some of that settle and figure out, what is that plan for the golf course? And then included in that plan, maybe it is, then charging for that effluent water and some other conversations even with other entities assisting with other things. So that's my opinion.
Anybody else? I totally understand where she's coming from. It's just, I'll show you hopefully in the next few weeks about wastewater and where we're heading. I promised her I would try to make it work. I don't know if I can make it work anymore, but questions?
I know we have a contract with Troon, but I would like to see what Troon is doing to increase the business out there. I mean, because our budget just keeps going up and up and up. What are you doing as a management company to be a good steward of that to try to help increase those revenues?
I don't know if I can speak to all the details on that. I know my assistant Aaron works more mainly with that. My role at the golf course is as the general manager and the golf course superintendent. And then Aaron Medina would be the assistant GM and basically pro shop manager, doing some of the duties of what a head pro would do. But a lot of those things are in place as far as the advertising, messaging on the radio, the campaign that he does through Facebook and other social media stuff is terrific, and we're working on some of that. The new website that Troon has helped us with is online now, and we're going to be having that tied in. We're going to have a new tee sheet that's being put into place currently. So we're going to finally have the website completely up and running. Anybody can get on there and make a tee time online, and it's going to come through and we're going to see it. All that's going to be set up. But the numbers have been increasing, as I've seen, quite substantially. And so we're getting more rounds. We're getting more people in the restaurant. The restaurant's doing more numbers month over month. So I think it's looking pretty good, and it's only going to continue. And I think just from my perspective, once the technology tee is complete and running, that the other facilities that have those around the state and the numbers that they're doing, even if we do a small portion of that, and our initial projections, we're keeping them rather conservative, but that tee should pay for itself within 2 years, 3 at the most. And then we're going to be off and running after that. So, and then we get some of the other things that we're talking about, particularly with restaurant bar capacity and being able to have that 19th hole aspect for the driving range. That's going to be it's going to be huge. That's going to be what really drives it.
Is T the driving range?
The new tee will be the new driving range.
Okay, so you're using the wording T.
Yeah, it's instead of a practice tee, it's now a new driving range facility with all the technology in there.
Okay. And I don't disagree with Alma and stuff, but I believe that the fluent water has value, and we need to put some value on it. We have made some lagoons down there to catch it so that we don't throw all of it in the river just when we overdo it. And so we need to give it a value at some time. And
I think the other thing that could be looked at, and I can't speak to the details on this, but whether or not we would have some opportunity to work with the state on getting recharge credits. That would be my first thought with respect to the seepage that we have going on at the golf course, where the effluent is currently stored, those 3 ponds that are to the south of the golf course, and including the one small pond that's on the course on the 5th hole that we irrigate half of the golf course out of. All of those are seeping significantly. That's where we're losing most of the water. So the opportunity to set this up differently to where we could be getting recharge credits for what we're actually putting into the ground through accident, that might be the other way to look at this.
well, to get a look at it, I think we should give that water a value and see where it takes us.
Mhm.
At least that on that part, and then hopefully too, we do repair some of the relationships we've had in the past, because, you know, we did used to collect electric fees, sewer fees, and we had sales tax come from the building. And so, and we did away with that for
And it-
strange reasons.
And
So
it's
I-
my understanding that that's $200,000 easily. It's a significant portion that
Well,
it needs to be revisited.
yeah, I think so, and I think we're gonna go that
Eric and I
direction.
have talked about that, and we've been having some of those, Eric's been doing more of it, but we've had some people out to the golf course and have sat down and talked a little bit about that to try to reestablish some of those.
Okay. I'm not looking to give away the farm, but yeah, that's good. But yeah, just to give the fluent water a value and see where it takes us.
And that's one of the conversations as we talk with our community partners like Thatcher and the county, helping them understand that effluent is part of the overall cost of running the golf course. So I think now you have a true understanding. The golf course is a $3.2 million enterprise. So let's talk about what a contribution, if the citizens give half of that, the other $1 million, where does it come from? So $100,000 from Thatcher in the past was great, but as you can see, that's a small portion of what it really costs to run the golf course. So.
Just a comment. Thanks, Alan, for joining us this evening. Appreciate it. So the question Vice Mayor raised about the relationship, so we've already revisited that. I believe it was a talking point of the Town of Thatcher's council meeting last Monday. I just haven't had an opportunity to connect with their manager and see the outcome. However, I do want to share, as you all recall, the golf course was moved under me sometime last July, so it's been less than a year. I think we can all agree what's happening at the golf course is incredible, and there's more incredibleness to come, if that's a word. But anyhow, to the point of Troon being our partners out there managing the day-to-day operations, I went over when I asked for the additional funding for the driving range, the wedding venue, et cetera, the impact that they've had on increased rounds of golf. We also discussed what the Arizona Alliance discusses on the impact of golf in itself to the state of Arizona. And as a non-golfer, I think I've played a total of less than 30 holes now myself, but I enjoy getting out there when I can. But we have more ideas that we're working on. I'm hoping to bring another one to you soon as we get some more data on this, and it's another possibility on how we improve revenues at the golf course. So as mentioned, the driving range will hopefully come online sometime in June. The electric work will begin soon, and our team will do that. So there's a tremendous cost savings there, but that will definitely be a game changer. If any of you have gone out to the golf course lately, you will typically see the parking lots are full, which is a good thing. The restaurant is full, and now you are pretty much at the point where you have to make a tee time to get on the course, which is a good thing. So we're working on through all those, and I'll share this last point. You might have seen on our social medias, we hosted the biggest golf tournament of the year that we have just this last weekend. I went out there and welcomed them to our course, and there were probably 140-ish golfers out there. So a lot of great things happening. I know this is a huge investment for the city, but the return on investment is incredible. So thank you for your support.
Any other questions? Airport. All right, our newest, I was going to say Mick was our newest department head. So I don't know if Eric wants to introduce.
I will. I know this is just a work session, so many of you have met Cole through the years. So you did receive an email last week officially notifying you that Cole is our new airport manager. So Cole is now at the podium. So welcome to our new airport manager, Mr. Cole Allen.
All right, I said I'd help him out here. So is this his first day as manager? Or not yet? It hasn't even started. Technically Monday. Tuesday, okay. So this was a previous airport manager put in these requests for positions. Coles can speak to them a little bit. One of it's just a reclass of what would be his old position. It would add it to a lead position, and I think it would turn it into a salary position rather than an hourly position. I mean, that's even not true, okay. So it's just $3,262, not that much to actually reclassify it to a lead. Cole will talk about management on the airport at any given time. And then the part, unlike Mix, where I added the part-time help, The part-time staff positions, Cole will speak to a little bit of that. So if you could do those two things.
First of all, good evening to everyone, Mayor and Council. So for the first of all, the airport officer reclassification to an airport lead. So there was a lot of extra things added on to the original airport operations officer. For example, we opened the FBO doing the fueling. So there's a lot being added underneath that title. And then we're trying to add on another management position at the airport. So that way there is management there 24/7. So, and then with the part-time stat position, so in case I have to go out of town for a meeting for an extended amount of time, I only have one part-time worker to cover the time I'm not there. And I'm already there nearly 5 days a week right now. And I'm making it work, but it would be nice to have someone to cover for times that I'm not there. And that's not including when we have our larger events like the air show. To get that done, we needed probably about 6 or 7 people out there. And it was just me and Cameron previously. And then fire season as well, we could use someone with that stat position with training with our fuel trucks. So that way we could have people on call 24/7 to fuel any aircraft that come in needing to be fueled to go out to fires.
Any questions about that? We'll talk a little bit more about fuel on his next slide. So as you can see, it's our first year of doing fuel. We started it on June of last year, right at the end of the previous fiscal year, and did a full year this year. We're still in the middle of this fiscal year. We're learning a lot about fuel. It takes a lot of effort. It takes a lot of do. And so we don't earn a lot. It sounds like we earn a lot, but the cost of fuel is a major portion of the cost that gets paid. But we do add a markup of $1, $1.50, depending on what type of fuel it is. So it does make a little bit, but it doesn't cover a lot. But as you can see, we've looked at the purchase for resale of fuel. We had $1.1 million estimated last year. We think we can only do about $800,000 as of through, I think that's through February. They've done $520,000 worth of fuel. I say this all as fuel costs have gone through the roof, especially for aviation fuel. It's become a scarce product out there right now. So we're getting in line to get our turn to get fuel, right? And what else have we done? Professional services. I think last year, a lot of the fuel, one of the things we don't talk about is there's 2 fuel trucks that we rent currently. We'd like to be able to purchase those. Cole's looking into the idea of buying. We can't buy the specific ones we have, but maybe buying similar type trucks and not paying rent anymore. But we put in another rental year. For the first few years of doing fuel, they did give it to us for free, but now we're having to pay for that. So it's additional costs that we're now having to bear, which is the rental of the tug and the 2 fuel trucks. So a cost that I've added to this year's budget in the form of $151,000. I did have that reduction of $300,000 in purchase of fuel. The motor pool did get moved down to internal services like every other department. Cellular costs, it wasn't budgeted last year. I don't know why, but everyone at the airport has a cell phone because they're all on call for fuel at any given time. So we need to pay the $1,800 for their cell phones. Insurance, running fuel islands is an insurance headache that does cost additional insurance that we didn't really contemplate or think about when we did this, but it costs about an extra $35,000 to have a fuel island. It's dangerous. You could accidentally do something to a very expensive plane, so you need to have coverage for that type of activity. So that's an extra $35,000. Outside of that, operating supplies, fuel does cause us to have a little bit clean up rags, things like that. So you wanted to have extra things in the budget. But outside of that, I think safety supplies did go up related to fuel also. So it's all fuel. So it all rotates around fuel. But with that being said, we spend about $8.5 million, but that includes capital if you take out the $6.7 million. So it's about a $2 million operation that we have out there, but they do collect about $1.2 million worth of fees through various leases and or fuel. So they aren't completely self-sufficient, but it is subsidized by the general fund, but to a very little amount. And we do end up leveraging federal dollars to pay for a lot of the paving. So again, one of those operations that's beneficial. It's heavy industrial planning and zoning that people, for the most part, love to try to find places where you can just make as much noise as possible. But it has to be aviation related. So that's what kind of holds it back. So with that being said, that's airport. Any questions? All right. With that being said, let's go streets. The one and last, it's its own, what they call a special revenue fund, meaning that there's dedicated revenues that I can't spend for anything but this. We have a half cent sales tax that we dedicate to streets till 2030. Vehicle licensing tax from the state goes directly to this fund. And outside of that, there's a HERF fund. There's about $1.3 million for everybody that registers, or I guess HERF comes from even fuel that you pay for when you buy fuel. Some of that money gets allocated through the HERF account, and that's how this is all funded. So turn it over to
Did you say the tax was good till 2030?
the half-cent sales tax in 2030, the tax doesn't go away. It just would revert back to the general fund if we don't reapply that. And I would suggest that's really what makes this HERF fund work, is that half-cent sales tax. Communities that don't dedicate that kind of money, just their HERF fund does nothing for them. So
I'll keep this brief. This is the last one, I promise. So only a couple things are happening in the streets. I got a question for Troy after we're done, but I'm not sure why our salaries on one sheet has it at 10% and the other one shows it at 17%.
already pointed out the bad math. I fixed all
Is that one, which one's right? Anyway, we'll get that cleared
fixed it
up.
all that.
But I mentioned before that we moved a couple of things as far as capital into operating, and streets is one of those where we moved into operating supplies, our pavement preservation and our drainage improvements. Some of the notes are cut off here, but we basically moved our drainage improvements capital project, which was replacing a storm drain line. Part of that was 10th Avenue from Relation to Rose Lane. And then the pavement preservation, which goes up by 3% a year, is 125,000, I think, in next year. So that increase of 197,000 is those two projects that aren't really projects, they're more of a maintenance, are moved into operating supplies. And then, as Troy mentioned, every budget in every department, we've got the motor pool fees moving out to internal services. So other than that, everything's pretty much the same in streets. I do have two separate streets supplies budgets. One is that pavement pres and the operating supply, and then the other is just day-to-day operating tools and supplies.
And just from an accounting standpoint, you may spend a lot of money in pavement preservation, but you don't extend the useful life. If you don't do pavement preservation, your asphalt wears out quicker. So in the accounting world, I can't really account for that as a capital asset. That's really just an ongoing expensive maintenance practice. And this is pretty typical of streets, is they're just very expensive to maintain.
We still have our pavement renovation projects, and we'll be bringing another one of those, another mill and overlay project actually in the next meeting. I think Jason will be bringing that for another section of road. So.
And that does change the useful life. That section of street is now going to last 30 more years, right? So, any other questions? I mean, I'm not too concerned about this with that half-cent sales tax. We can definitely get to stuff. He has added, as requested in the CIP, you guys have asked for a lot of things like relation in 14th Street. He's going to address that through the street budget, operational budget through striping. He's also added the project, the First Avenue, though, as we talked through the CIP, the idea of 14th and First getting designed at least, and then some land acquisition over the next few years, and then building it maybe in 2031 during the second phase of bonding. So we have added that to CIP, and I'll be bringing that back as we try to balance the budget, but I'm not too concerned with streets and the ability to balance it. It seems pretty well funded. Any questions, concerns? Okay, it's been a long night and it only gets longer. So this is where I need the direction. Again, these are not in the budget as we speak right now. I kind of got some answers on my budget. The executive assistant, where are we heading with that? Should I try to fund it? And I'll come back with some funding plans. I might have to cut it, but we feel like it's a priority and I need to at least try to look for ways to fund that. Okay. Any other comments? Okay. And then additional hours for the grants, like Victoria explained, the $20,000 is from the general fund, but it's very small in comparison to what we spend there. Vice Mayor has pointed out the needs at the library and our funding streams there need to be looked at also. So I do understand both sides of the thing, but do you want me to try to fund, again, the second position, the $14,000, that's paid for by grants. There's always these aren't ongoing grants, meaning we call them ongoing, but they act like they're ongoing, but we're gonna continue to think they're ongoing for this budget process. So that $14,000 is not of stress to me. I can add that with it's the $20,000 budget. I mean, the GED program, is it worth the time? Is it worth the effort? Is it worth, Councilmember Hemphill has pointed out, It's definitely a plus. Again, I think our discussion for library is that library fund, that library district. That's what our goal is. And then Cole's pointed out on the airport, $3,000 is not that much to make that a lead position. I think it will help in the facilitation. I mean, they're filling planes at 2 o'clock in the morning sometimes. I mean, we're 24/7 operation now out there, and people come in weird planes at weird times. So I think that's a definite. That's not a big ask. The stat position, it's just kind of like mixed position. Fuel, we're learning a lot about fuel, so I think this is one of those ones that we just need to keep learning about fuel. Again, like I said, it's a $2 million operation. We do get back about $1.2 million. It's about $800,000 used to fund the airport. If that's just too much to ask, we shouldn't be in the airport business. Then let's start getting out. Just kidding. Don't go. So, I mean, you tell me. It's not our airport was in our top 5, right? It was number 4, I think. So, are we an airport community? We own an airport. Not a lot of cities can say they own an airport.
I think we are.
Okay.
I'd like to see you try to
Make
work,
the
work
balance the
these all
budget.
in.
And
Yes.
if $25,000 comes down to it, we'll make that decision when it comes down. Okay? All right. So then looking at our calendar, we're running out of time. One of the things I was looking at is I'd like to propose, this will be a shock to some, but property tax increase this year. Again, we've always used property tax to pay for our public safety facilities. I think the fire department and the fire station should be one of those that we strive to fund. Our property tax is so low that I can't get to funding the fire station in its entirety without increases for the next 3 years. So this would be the first of 3 increases that I'd be proposing. And then our primary property tax would pay for our police station debt and our fire station debt. So typically that's a great thing. It's not putting it on the people that shop at Walmart to pay for that stuff. It's places like Walmart will pay for fire stations. Fire stations benefit property owners. So I think this is one of the things I'll propose to you. Again, if you have to do an intent. That's what's caused this calendar to be spread out, is you have to give 60 days of intent. So our next meeting would be on the 11th. We'd put out that intent. That doesn't mean we're voting for it. That just means that we, for 60 days, would look at it, let the fire station discussions go. They are increasing their property tax out in the district. This could be a helpful discussion that we're both doing. We're equally burdening ourselves. I think of it that way, but no one else does. But yeah, so I'd like to at least have the intent. If we don't approve it on July, I think 13th is the day that it would get approved, which is going to slow down the approval of this overall budget. But I think if we want to get to being able to pay for our public safety facilities with our primary property tax, which I think is a good way to fund those, we have to start with this year. So, and the maximum we can go up is 15%, which I think I'm asking for. Typically, it'll be about $13 from an average homeowner. So, for the first year, and then that compounds. So Councilmember McGoy has pointed that out, that's not the end, but again, I think it's still a valid use for property tax. We're also going to talk about user fees. As we talked about the pool tonight, our new pool manager has looked at the situation. I think she's proposed some fees. We have our results of our user fee study that I'd like to give to you. We had a third party look at it. They're going to talk about the same things I gave you as talking points. We spend $250,000 at the pool, and we only collect $50,000. So ideas like swim lessons for free is one of those things for Safford citizens would be great, because it doesn't really affect our revenues, but that takes away from what little revenues we do have. But we could talk about non-resident rates, an idea that I proposed a year and a half ago and got a lot of flack for. But I think we're ready to at least have a conversation about that. It's not going to bring in $250,000, but at least it starts bringing in something towards the replacement of that facility and or operating of that facility. I think we're also talking about new user fees for events. We do a lot of events, and our new recreation manager / event, whatever his title is, he has proposed some new fees that we could possibly do for new events, not existing events. We also are going to talk about how we can balance the budget with some cuts, what I'm proposing to take out of our budget operationally. We're also going to talk about cuts in CIP. And I talked about things about selling of properties that we have. I think we have a few properties that we should start looking at. Why are we sitting on? Let's try to market them and sell them. Possible budget, so we could talk about more of that in May. We could talk about that more in June because we really can't make that decision on any of those fees until July. So that gives us more time to talk about it. I want to review the CIP for the one last time at the beginning of June, adopt the tentative budget at the beginning of June. That's just setting the maximum for the budget. So that could be a budget that we don't realistically think we're going to pass on July 13th, but at least that will set that maximum and that understanding. And then we can have the discussion. There's a certain requirement. You have to post it for 2 weeks in the paper, and then you can actually have that vote. So doing that in June doing that in the beginning of June allows us to have that discussion in late July. That's going to mean that all these salary increases are not going to be to the employees, if we still can afford them, would be in August. So I just want to get that message out there that if we don't approve a final budget, that means that probably the first increases people could see on anything could be in their August paychecks. So that is a salary savings in and of itself, because there's 1 month that we didn't have to actually pay for the budget. So, but yeah, that's my new calendar. Hopefully that works into your plans. If we talk about during the fee proposals that you're just not, there's no way you're going to support it in July, let's kill it sooner and we can get the budget done sooner. So I don't know if I'm going to be ready for the actual balancing of the budget on May 11th. I would love to. I want to show you a lot of information, maybe too much, but I want you to know what I know and help you make decisions like I make decisions. So it's a lot of information. I've been putting slides together for the last few days, and it's just a lot of information. So I want to make sure that we don't rush that proposal and get that out to you too soon. So that might get pushed, but I'd love to at least have the conversation about increasing fees on the 11th. So, but a balanced budget, you would know by May. You wouldn't vote on a tentative budget till June. So any questions, concerns? Everyone feel like they're well informed? Everyone feel like their opinions being heard? Okay. That's it for me.
Okay, and then we'll close our work session and convene into executive session in like 10 minutes.
Ben? An executive session after a 10-minute break?
Second.
Motion and second to reconvene after a 10-minute break. All in favor? Okay, 10 minutes. Okay, then. We'll go ahead and close our executive session and reconvene into the regular meeting. And we'll move on to item number 7, announcement of current events. Anybody?
Mayor, Council, I'll be very brief. I know it's late in the evening. I just want to give compliments to the city team. So as you all are aware, we had numerous events in the city over the weekend. All were wonderful, and we can speak to those later. But I do want to mention one thing. Between Thursday and over the weekend, I utilized on-call of our gas team, our public works team, and our water team. They all came out and did a phenomenal job and got the job done that was needed. So just wanted to pass along those kudos and let you all know that we continue to have an amazing team at the city of Safford. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? And we'll move on to item number 8, request for a future agenda item.
Mayor, it's not a request for a future agenda item. I just wanted clarification if we're okay on canceling the May 25th council meeting since it is a holiday? Or did you want to see a meeting scheduled for Tuesday, May 26th?
We don't need it. Let's skip one.
I just wanted the official okay from the council.
I don't think we're meeting enough.
More meetings.
Going on a Wednesday or something.
All right, so then we won't have a meeting for that last meeting of the month.
Okay. And we'll move on to item number 9.
Mayor, move that we adjourn.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to adjourn. All in favor? We're out of here.